missing. They're still missing faces.
Yes.
Do you want to?
Yes, you can.
He's feeding faster.
All what I did.
Presentation. But you're supposed to have a laptop too.
Yeah. Can you ask me if maybe you can use any of those? Right? Of course,
Yes, but there's still a whole bunch more librarians. Let's just wait.
Yes, in front.
Yeah.
Please confirm with me if we're live. She's about to start presenting.
I don't think there was a program set up. This was on the fly. It was coming with the whole plan. But it was so librarians that they've been set up. And then we have to make a presentation and share. Yeah, and the presentation.
Oh. Yeah.
Ja, Umkhosi Room.
We're live, yeah. Is she fine here?
Yeah, she's okay. You just need to look at it.
We need our own group photo. Librarians taking over. Yeah.
Sorry. No, shoot. Please push that to
those
Wikipedia
The Wikimedia Foundation has several topics and campaigns. The one that everyone should be familiar with is Wikipedia. This is the biggest Wikipedia project. Wikimedia Commons acts as a repository for multimedia. Wikispecies is a free taxonomy for both scientists and the average users.
Oh, no, please stop.
Please
stop. Don't you? Okay, thank you. So it's Can I go see where Alice? Okay, go see where. I mean, she finished reading her bell.
Are there more chairs?
This time.
Supposed to do it.
Do we really need a microphone? Can you all hear me?
There is a microphone.
You need a second one.
Do we need it?
Yeah, you need it for the sound.
Okay. Good morning. Just before Alice and Ingrid comes in, I think we can start by a brief introduction of ourselves. My name is Carol. I'm a librarian from Wikimedia User Group Kenya, and I'm really excited to be here and being a room manager for the librarians. So we will have a presentation from Ingrid, then I think Alice will be coming and sharing something. And I think it's an open forum that we can share whatever we are doing as librarians in our communities. Yeah. So.
Hi, I'm not a librarian, but I think I'm a friend of the libraries, and I try to make myself useful and available to librarians who want to use open education resources or be a publishing librarian. So I'm an ed techie, and I help people think about how librarians can be not just shelving books, but actually creating books as well.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nancy Kasane. From here in South Africa. So I'm a librarian at City of Johannesburg Municipality. Here where we are situated, where we are located. So for now, we are trying by all means to involve the librarians across the City of Johannesburg, because the target is to make them understand the concept of Wikipedia before we go to the public. So it's going to be easy for us to access the public through librarians. You know, so we want them to involve. So we have meetups in our libraries where we do meetups and then teach them how to edit articles, with commons, etc., etc. And in my library, we've got the book club. So the book club comes in our library every Tuesday. So that's how we engage with the community on that book club sessions. So yeah, we are trying to always to involve everyone in our community. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Maua from Kenya. I'm a librarian and a member of a user group. Okay, thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Susan Simon. I'm from Namibia. I'm not a librarian, but I'm a novice writer. So I'm also interested in one day to become a
Morning, everyone. My name is Daniel from Central African Republic. I'm not a librarian, but I'm volunteer in the CS on this room. But I work often to the librarian in my country.
Hello everyone, I'm African Wikimedia. I'm librarian and member of Wikimedia Tunisia, coordinator of the Wiki Livestream project at Wiki Indaba.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Wiki Indaba. I'm the librarian for National Museums and Monuments of Zimbabwe, but based at the National History Museum in Flower.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Martin Chico from Namibia. I work at the International University of Management. Yeah, and also member of the community group in Namibia.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Hope Antisoe. I'm from Zimbabwe. I'm a librarian at Revolve University in Umkhosi Room.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fatima Otoge. I'm a librarian of Amadou Mahtar University in Dakar, Senegal. And I'm also a co-founder of Wikimedia Community User Group Senegal. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Essenam Foumé. I'm a librarian at Institut Français du Sénégal, and I'm a co-founder of the User Group of Senegal. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kibele Mbofo. I'm from the South African User Group. I'm based at the University of Cape Town in the Scholarly Communication and Publishing Department. I'm responsible for publications, UCT Press, institutional repositories, the African Platform for Open Scholarship.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Carol. I work at the National Library of Uganda, and I'm also a volunteer with the Wikimedia Community of Africa.
Morning, everyone. I'm Stetangani Jimwe from the city of Bulawayo Public Libraries in Zimbabwe. I'm a volunteer in the same focus Wikimedia Community.
Good morning, my name is Zandile Nyati. I'm from the Northwest Province here in South Africa, working for Malibeng Municipality as a community librarian. What prompted me to get involved is that many learners come to our library for local information and it is not there. So I'm trying to make it happen that when they search Wikipedia, they find the information. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Kalesi, C Chair. Yes, I'm used to it anyway, it's okay. Yes, I'm from Zimbabwe. I'm a school librarian. I think this conference was definitely for me. We are talking about everything that I want to hear. So I'm grateful that I'm here.
Okay. Is Martin introduced himself? No. So I'm Ingrid Thompson. I'm from the Wikimedia South African Board. From the chapter. I'm a librarian at UCT along with my colleague Timberlane. I've been, and we'll talk later. I mean, I've been trying to drive the One Live One Ref. That's how it all started. And this just seemed to be such a good opportunity. Oh, librarians are taking over, and I just thought it was a good idea to have some kind of a gathering.
Right, good morning, everyone. My name is Martin Ipangwa, and I'm from Namibia, from Wikimedia User Group Namibia, and I'm an instruction librarian, and I'm also involved in the Department of Knowledge and Information Stewardship at the University of Cape Town with my colleague Itumele and Ingrid. Thank you. Is this just introductions?
Yes, yeah.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
My name is Mate Delisele, and I am a senior librarian working at Randburg Library, which is one of the libraries under the City of Johannesburg municipality. And it's a public library, yes, and we deal with a lot of community-centered programs, touching on digital literacy, information literacy, and coding, doing things like debates on trends of like nowadays. This is my colleague Kendani, and we deal with these problems together.
Madam, you will translate for me. My name is Tuid Musia. I'm a librarian, but I'm running a space. I curate a museum. I also curate a little library with a colleague, and I'm also a park ranger. So I'm really interested in the wiki species because I'm creating this called hacked an area, and I'm finding these hojas. So and I'm more interested in the library, of course. So thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Je ne sais pas trop parler l'anglais, mais je vais me débrouiller. Okay. I'm Mamadou Fadil Diallo from Guinea. I'm the Secretary General of Wikimedia Guinea. I'm the treasurer of Conseil d'administration Wikifranca. Je suis le coordinateur aussi du projet Archives Guinée. Je contribue principalement sur les projets blancs et je suis le coordinateur du microfilm francophonie. Merci.
Merci. We also need a translator. I don't know who will volunteer to translate for us from French, English, English, French.
Merci.
You can do it.
Je suis secrétaire général de Wikimedia Guinée.
He is Mamadou Diallo, a General Secretary of Wikimedia Guinée.
Trésorier du CA Wikifranca.
Treasurer of Wikifranca.
Okay. Trésorier du conseil d'administration Wikifranca.
Treasurer of Wikifranca. You know what Wikifranca is?
Je suis coordinateur de la commission microfinancement francophone.
A coordinator of the committee macrofinancement of Wikifranca.
Et je suis coordinateur du projet Archives de Guinée.
He is coordinator of the project Archive of Guinea.
Et je contribue principalement sur les projets blancs.
And he contributes. It feels weird to look at like and he contributes mainly in the blank projects. Yeah, that's good.
We have another microphone now. We have another microphone. I think this can be useful. Let's say then finally upload the list.
I'm Jeremiah.
So I got into the library space and England took me under wing a few short years ago. And I've been involved since when? 2014?
Well, 2014 and then 2018.
Yeah.
Wikimania.
Yeah, Felix invited us to assist with setting up a librarian session at Wikimania in Cape Town. And I think that's where a lot of us got activated in Cape Town and South Africa in terms of how libraries can contribute to Wikipedia or Wikimedia. And I think yeah, Wikimedia is a natural fit for our profession. We are about creating spaces for knowledge and access, and I think the Wikimedia being an open space and equal space and equity space just fits in so well with the spaces that we create for knowledge sharing and knowledge production.
Thank you, everyone, and it's really exciting to. I think this is my first time to attend any wiki event that librarians get together. I think this will be a start, like next year in Nairobi.
Oh
yes. We will have to have this conversation and this meetup. Then maybe in future, I don't know where Indaba is going next year. Again, we are going to do it, right?
Yes.
Yes, and Ingrid has said we are the one leading this space. So it's really exciting for all of us to be here. I want to invite Ingrid. She has a presentation that she has for us. Then we see how it goes. Then I'm putting out a question that we can discuss later. Something has been going through my mind. How has librarians been able to start a community at their workspaces? How has that been, and how has the bosses received that? And for those who have started, how have you started it? Maybe we can learn from you, and especially for me, I want to learn. How have you presented, and what have people received, and have you been embraced? Have you been given a space to introduce Wikipedia, to do something? So that is one of the things I want to learn today. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. That is oh yes, Alice.
You want to introduce
Yeah,
yourself?
no, Alice, everyone's introduced themselves. You need to do the same.
Where should I stand?
Yeah, wherever.
I want to pictures of me, I'm shy. Good morning, and first of all, this is a very big room. I see faces that I know and faces that may have had me online. I see people that say, thank you for giving me my certificate. Others were asking where their certificates are. They're not on their way. So my name is Alice Chibombo. I am a Wikimedian as well as a librarian from Uganda. And then the rest of the introduction, please fill it up with what you know about me.
The lady with the bell. Okay, so I mean, Jeremiah and I did Jeremiah and I did a presentation, or we did a lightning talk for the Liasa conference. Liasa is the Library and Information Association of South Africa, and I mean, I flew up on Thursday night from that conference, so I'm a bit conference out here. But this is a different vibe here. It's a totally different vibe. So we put in a proposal because the conference theme was libraries in the age of democracy, and one of the sub themes was about SDGs, and we thought, how are we going to get, we need to bring Wikipedia in. We need to find a slot, so at least the name Wikipedia would be appearing somewhere on the program. So we put in a joint abstract on SDGs, librarians and Wikimedia projects. And we were given a 5-minute lightning talk. But Jeremiah was coming up here. He wasn't coming to conference. So we had to do the recording because there was no way I was standing on that stage by myself with the script. So we thought, indulge us, please, because there wasn't even a virtual. So nobody other than us has seen this presentation. And I mean, maybe it's something that you can add content to. You could be saying, so why didn't you think of this or think of that? We only had 5 minutes. We had to ruthlessly edit.
We also cheated because it was a one slide. So you'll see. You'll see how we cheated.
Actual library.
Yeah. Okay, so I need to hit the
Play button.
United Nations set the objective of sustainable development to capture the importance of access to information and to support sustainable development and improve people's lives. Access to information underpins all of the SDGs. Wikimedia, in its vision, challenges us to imagine a world in which every single human being can freely share in the sum of all knowledge. EVRA, for libraries, articulates its vision as striving for a strong and united global field, powering literate, informed and participatory societies.
The 17 Sustainable Development Goals are at the core of the 2030 Agenda, recognizing that the efforts to eradicate poverty and other deprivation goes hand in hand with the strategies that improve health and education, reduce inequality and economic growth while tackling climate change and trying to preserve our oceans and forests. To do this requires global partnerships. Libraries are spaces and places for citizen engagement, preservation of cultural heritage, and sharing of information, along with the traditional role of maintaining collections of print and digital media. While Wikipedia's mission is to empower and engage people to collaboratively collect and develop open content and share. Both aim to bring knowledge to a wider audience, to create spaces where learning can happen and where people can find the resources they need. Wikipedia allows a space for everyone to contribute to the global knowledge ecosystem.
The Wikimedia Foundation has several projects and campaigns. The one that all of us should be familiar with is Wikipedia. This is the biggest Wikimedia project. Wikimedia Commons acts as a repository for multimedia. Wikispecies is a free taxonomy for both the scientists and the average reader. Wikisource is a free online library for digital archive texts and primary sources. Wikiversity provides space for learning resources, learning projects and research across all levels, from preschool to university, essentially supporting open education explicitly. Wikimedia, through its projects, runs several campaigns regularly which support the implementation of SDGs.
Ghana's Wikimedia and its projects contribute to the implementation of SDGs. As seen on the slide, the listed Wikimedia projects and campaigns contribute to specific SDGs like quality education, gender equality, peace, justice, and strong institutions, etc. Some of these campaigns should be familiar, like One Live. The Queering Wikipedia Editathon is happening tomorrow in Joburg for queer activists, feminists, artists, and Wikipedians to explore what it means to be queer and visible on the African continent and add queer content to Wikipedia. The hashtag #SheSaid is a drive run by Wiki in Africa as part of the Wiki Loves Women initiative. The campaign aims to celebrate and recognize women by focusing on enhancing their representation and visibility of Wikipedia. SWIM is a collaborative initiative by the South African Centre for Digital Languages Resources, Wikimedia ZA, and PANSOL, which brings together universities, language directorates, and language entities to encourage these communities to actively participate in contributing to Wikipedia in all the South African languages.
So, how do librarians fit in? IFRA has identified a number of library services as ways to contribute towards the progress of SDG implementation by providing access to information, support for literacy and ICT skills, and access to community space. Think about SDG 16, which has as its 10th target to ensure public access to information and protect fundamental freedoms in accordance with national legislation and international agreements.
In the current landscape, we recognize that there is a Western bias to information produced globally. A gender gap exists in creators, and not all knowledges are represented, particularly knowledge from the global south. This gives us an opportunity to contribute. Wikipedia can be used as a tool for knowledge diffusion and decolonization of the internet. We have an opportunity for Africanization of African content, adding content about Africa and Africans written by Africans in the languages of Africans.
And for South African librarians, we can add local content to Wikipedia and its sister projects in our own official languages by either writing in the languages or translating. We are challenging librarians to get involved in contributing to Wikimedia and its projects and campaigns for the purpose of, in particular, supporting the implementation of SDGs.
That question, Tom, somebody raised their hand and said the words WikiLeaks, and I had to kind of say it got nothing to do with Wikipedia. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if anyone has any comments about this slide, but at least Wikipedia featured on the program, and we shall see. You wanted to?
All right, thank you for this for the presentation, and I think this really is a good sum up of what do we stand for as librarians and what do we stand for as professionals who work in grand institutions. Now we are talking about libraries. I remember Carol asked about, she's asking about what are our experiences when we talk about, what are our experiences when we talk about Wikipedia in our workplaces. And I think this is some of the things that we have experiences of how we try to integrate Wikipedia in what we do as librarians. Because these roles really cut across. And as well, when you're looking at digital transformation, these are some of the things that really plays a major role. But guess what? We are going to have a presentation at 3 o'clock. Namibia Wikimedia Community Research Group was mainly founded by librarians, so that's what we are going to talk about. We had mostly had librarians. It's me and Martin. I'm the shorter Martin. He's the when you hear Martin from Namibia, Martin is this one, so she cries that one. So we were librarians behind the establishment of Wikimedia Community Research Group, and we are going to talk about those experiences at 3 o'clock.
Maybe somebody can access. If all of you are in the group for everyone, the Etherpad is there. If you'd like to access and add notes, then you're free to do so. So anyone who wants to contribute to about the SDGs?
How can we access this presentation?
We will put it up on Commons, and it'll also probably appear on the RIASA website, and also probably in our own institutions repositories. But we will do the Commons today. Yeah, we'll do the Commons today. As I say, it was trying to not actually fall around, but actually look at the SDGs and go, so and mapping the SDGs to the different projects. And there's actually, you know what, I think that's probably going to be the first of the literature, the first literature, because IFLA didn't even have it on their page where they were mapping. And I think the mapping is quite useful. I know when we have conversations in our libraries and with fellow librarians and with our bosses, why shouldn't you be involved? Why should you be involved? Or we add to the SDGs. Bye.
Yeah, I think the question about how do we justify bringing Wikimedia projects into our workspace is it's a question that we shouldn't be answering. I think by virtue we are activists. We know that libraries have never been neutral spaces. We know that we don't practice censorship. We practice informed participatory citizens in society, and that is Wikipedia. That is Wikimedia projects. And I think I struggle at my workplace bringing Wikimedia in, and I feel like I shouldn't struggle. I think one of the, for academic libraries at least, one of the things that has been coming along for at least the past 10 years is libraries are no longer buildings. We also occupy online space. And an important aspect of occupying online space is we need to be where our users are. And if you doing topic exploration in any discipline and you Google anything, one of the first results that pop up is a Wikipedia article. So why are we not investing in ensuring that we have quality content on Wikipedia? And language is also an issue in Africa. We are delivering instruction in mostly English or another colonizer language. So it's also, I think, it's something that we should think about taking responsibility for, ensuring that our students are also finding some content in their local languages, so that they can. It's not an ideal situation where we expect our students to do a translation in their mind when they are doing tertiary studies, but we can at least help with making things more accessible in more languages, even if Wikipedia is non-citable. Wikipedia not being citable is a non-factor, I think, and we need to move away from that conversation of, but we cannot advocate for the use of Wikipedia because Wikipedia cannot be cited for papers.
Or anyone can edit, and that's usually the argument.
But we know.
I think someone.
Je vais demander à lui, please affect to translate what I need to say.
I have it just go slowly because I'm not perfect.
En fait, la particularité, par exemple, du groupe d'utilisateurs sénégalais,
the particularity of the Senegalese group
is justement, nous sommes fortes d'une communauté bibliothécaire et archiviste.
They are a community of librarians and archivists.
Pourquoi? Parce que en tant que bibliothécaire, nous sommes affiliés à notre association et du coup, c'est là-bas que nous recrutons premièrement les personnes pour venir contribuer sur les projets. C'est dans notre association
in their association
de bibliothécaires
of librarians
que nous tirons les personnes pour venir contribuer ou recrutant les personnes pour venir contribuer.
They recruit and push people to join their association.
They use a group.
They use a group. Yeah. So yeah.
Et aussi dans notre lieu de travail, moi personnellement avec Fatima également, c'est un lieu où nous parlons des activités Wikimedia, nous invitons les personnes qui viennent à la bibliothèque à venir à nos événements.
Okay, and in their workplace, her and Fatima, they invite people and they talk too much about the projects to have like people come and join them.
Et donc, ce qui a fait que nos premiers projets qu'on a fait, c'était justement One Live, One Rêve et autres.
Yeah, and their first project was organizing the One Live, One Rêve campaign and other projects.
C'est pour cela que nous profitons à chaque fois qu'il y a un événement en wiki de faire une activité qui va faire parler les bibliothécaires. Là, tout à l'heure, on a...
Okay, and that's why they every time profit to join the global campaigns and the projects and organize them there.
C'est pour ça qu'on organise flash lecture, qu'on appelle beaucoup plus flash mob à l'IFLA, une activité dans laquelle on invite les bibliothécaires, tout le monde, à venir lire Wikipédia dans sa langue.
Okay, and they are organizing
flash lecture,
flash
mob,
flash mob. So they invite people to
read,
they invite librarians to read.
In their local language.
In their local languages.
Flash mobs are Acts 11.
Yes. Flash mobs are this
Okay, Carol asked whether our bosses allow us to participate in Wikipedia projects and so on.
Or even introduce them in your institution.
In our institution. So, for my case, it was very easy because the kind of institution I work in deals with collecting documentary heritage. So it started with that course for librarians. My boss was very receptive. He allowed me to enroll in the course, and it's because of my boss that's why I'm here. Because he likes that CPD thing. So what we do and what other librarians can do for these Wikipedia projects, you can use your spaces. Every time there's a Wikipedia project in your country, make sure the library is a space where people can come and do it for free. You can also map your libraries in your country. You can collaborate with OpenStreetMap and map libraries in your country. Also add information on Wikipedia about the libraries in your country. If your library has no page, has no article on Wikipedia, make sure to write an article there for awareness and sensitization. That's it.
Thank you. Did you want to contribute?
Yeah.
If there is someone who is keeping this, then we give it.
Thank you so much. The question which I've been asked, I'm looking at my workplace. I work in an academic institution. And in an academic institution, there's no boss or team superior who can say that there's no space for any information. They look at the librarian to really give the direction. So number one is they look at the librarian to demystify the mystery that surrounds the Wikimedia projects. So if you are going to put in front and explaining any Wikimedia project which is pertaining to the information, it's very important. So personally, how I got into this space, Lib1, I talked about the Lib1 and trace back to 2020, where as a librarian I used to tell people like, don't use Wikipedia. It is not authoritative source. Then when it came to 2020, here there was this campaign, and I was like, this is an opportunity to understand what this animal is. Instead of just following up what the other librarians are saying, don't use it. Let me understand, then I speak in the platform of knowing. So I got in and I did not just participate. I worked very hard to really understand, and I contributed immensely in that 2020. And that one gave me an opportunity to understand what Wikipedia is. And now after that, I got into the space of demystifying the mystery that's around what is Wikipedia. And that is the role of the librarian, because now in my institution, I used to be called upon in any class to talk about Wikipedia and why, how can we use it and what is it. So that is number one. Number two, as a librarian, they look upon me to balance the stakeholders' interests. And in my environment, in academia, we have got many stakeholders. In stakeholders in terms of faculty, the students, the authors, and the community. So you find that Wikimedia projects fit so well there because you'll be able to guide all these stakeholders to the right path. And where I work, this is what I've done, because when you look at all these, you have to try to balance and see what the students require and what the faculty requires in these Wikimedia projects. And then also a librarian, they look at me as someone who understands the trends in technology. Whatever is happening in the information world, you're called librarian. Can you tell us what is actually happening? We don't understand this. It's because in our environment, there's a professor in physics. Every knowledge, every strength they put is understanding what is happening in their field. But when it comes to the field of general information, they want librarian to give them the direction. And I see the Wikimedia projects fit so well because there are lots of innovations coming in, and it's like a catalyst, not only to support the Wikimedia projects, but also in other areas so that you can know that as a librarian, I need to actually be ahead. Because I like this, it is 16, it's usually like a catalyst in terms of where we are in the fourth industrial revolution, where there's this developments in the fusion of biological and physical, where a lot is happening. So in short, this is a very interesting and personally where I am, I'm in the right space in terms of supporting any projects in Wikimedia and also to really influence the stakeholders in the environment. Thank you so much.
Well, maybe my colleagues should be learning from some of us on what is happening in terms of support. And I'd like to applaud my colleague University. They have really given us space for the Wikimedians in Kenya to be there. Courtesy of him and celebrating him. They really celebrated when he did the one big one ref. Then they were like, hey, yeah, they're librarians who are information, they're full of information and all that.
So we are wrapping up in the next 2 minutes. Then you can move on to your next sessions. But there is coffee and stuff like that. So grab coffee, continue talking, and move on to your next sessions. After we wrap up.
I think we'll wrap up with the pillar. But and there's someone else, and I had a question for Siche who works in a community, in a school library. Oh my God, I think this conversation needs to continue. We need 2 hours. Yeah, we need like 2 hours to sit here. Please go ahead after giving a minute.
Okay, so we were actually colleagues in the one in 2020.
Same here.
Yeah. I was and when the results finally came out, I was surprised to be the only South African on the top 50 contributors. There. And same in 2022, I was in the top 5. But yeah, sideline. So to answer your question that you asked, in my library, we try to basically form this community of Wikipedia, and at first it worked. We had a number of sessions at the library and a number of meetups at the library that were conducted, led by the Wikimedia president, Bobby. And they went well at first, but then our management came in and messed everything up. And we're still on the path of trying to reinstate the meetups because they were very valuable to us, to me, especially so that I can impart that knowledge to the community that I serve.
So it is something that is still wonderful.
I'm sorry, guys.
So I have a suggestion before we go. So in 1 minute, Fatima and Esinam have a presentation which is started in another room. So this room will be free. What if they do here the presentation and we stay all together? As it is about flash.
There is another session.
Yeah.
There's another session coming.
It's free room.
No,
Okay, they changed. Okay.
There's, I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, I'm going to.
We have to end this. We need a group photo.
Is it possible to meet without a session? Like,
Yeah.
again, we are here to work. Why to go to what? We can decide, we can see. Because this is a very crucial conversation. I need to talk to you guys. But in the casual way, if you're there on coffee,
We meet for lunch, but there is Wiki Women lunch.
And the Easter,
Let Jeremy, Ingrid, and myself think about it. Then we are going to post it on the group of where we can see. Then there is the one lead, one ref that Alice will be presenting. Please check it out. You can also meet there.
I saw one question.
Okay. Yes, it was going on. Actually, it's going on. The most actually part of it. You guys can go to the link. There is one name, one reference. Yes. Yes. So you have to sign up.
I'm asking how many of these, but
It's really hard to tell whether
but you see what I'm interested in is, I think if you're a librarian, many of the libraries that work for you can't descriptions.
Yes.
To these things. But if you are a Wikipedia that has done 500 edits and have got 6 months editing, then you get automatic free entry to this. But my concern is how many of these librarians actually know about that as a project?
That question.
Yes. And but then my second question is something we didn't talk about so far was Wikisource. And Wikisource is a place where books get put. So the book dash projects, they are all available.
I think there was. Did you check the session on Wikisource?
Is there a session on Wikisource? Okay.
There was. I can't remember.
But what I'm interested in is why are we talking about Wikisource in library settings?
We need a holiday, I think.
Because Wikisource is the place where all the open books are kept as well. So Project Gutenberg and all of those.
And Alice had training recently on Wikisource online. I can't remember which day.
Was there some training on
Yes.
Because I found the Wikisource quite undocumented.
We do not have time to grow.
So
the one in
the room
is it fits.
it's not everything is restricted.
The one in the room fits because this was extra.
Yeah.
It's rich.
Yeah.
And this too.
This is from another part of it.
This is what we use in Kenya.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Part of the concept.
But I like the hotel at least they are accommodating them, but at least I've been able to connect them.
Inside the rooms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least there are these three. We were moving. There is a road show for.
Yeah, that's why it was broken there.
Oh,
Oh, look at
There's a
so that thing that they were driving, that's some next one.
No, if there is a room that was something like this, you won't join the room over there with the
but now
She's there is a lot of
they don't have the South Africa.
Voltage.
Yes. And you know these days who have just as most of the room are not here. It's look for them. No.
This is the other session though?
Yeah, it's coming. This is the video, content,
Should I take the chairs off? I don't think it's going to be that much.
something like that. Understand this?
Ça va bien. Il y a une forte session.
Ce sont des light programs.
Ah, c'est ici.
Okay. Is it room free?
No.
Yes, I'm actually
Yes,
in
yes,
that session.
yes.
Okay, so I would like to ask if it's possible to connect my laptop because I'll be doing some practical.
Okay.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Comment ça va?
Ça va bien, merci.
Tu débrouilles bien.
Oh no, don't go there.
The same thing. You are doing well.
Okay, you're doing well. What did you say?
Tu te débrouilles bien.
Oh, no, pronounce it. I think Emmanuel has like this deep French
Oh.
pronunciation. Yeah, can you say it again?
Tu te débrouilles bien.
Tu de
Next time.
Tu te
Tu de débrouilles bien.
Yes.
Tu de débrouilles bien. Tu de débrouilles bien.
Oh, this is an up.
Yeah.
You don't have.
Oops. Oops. And it's always easy for me to use my laptop because I've set up all of the pages here. Okay, let me see. Okay, please. Thank you so much. Hi, welcome. This is the free room.
Ça, c'est changé. Ouais, si tu te fies à ça, tu vas te faire.
C'est sur le métal.
Oui, c'est sur le métal qu'il faut aller.
Tu de Rivière. Did I?
Tu
Te.
So.
Te.
To.
Like
Te.
tomatoes. Te.
Okay, to.
Te, yeah.
Yeah.
Débrouille.
Débrouille. Bien. Bien.
Bien.
Bien.
Bien.
Bien.
Like,
Bien. I
Dans
think
le
it's
pronom,
my.
like ends. Bien.
Bien.
Yeah.
Okay, bien. Tu de
Débrouille.
débrouille.
Bien.
Bien.
Otherwise, we just need to borrow. Transfer.
Okay. So how do, because I've sent the slides to them already. I don't know if I need to.
Who is the room manager for? Oh, are you?
Are you the room manager?
The room manager is. Comment ça s'appelle?
Yes, we say that it's revolve because
I see. You need that.
this is.
Also, that's about the syntax concept. And you're using one.
Should I call the technical guy?
Okay, yeah, that guy.
And it's going to be like a practical. So like I had opened so many tabs on my laptop.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
If you was not assigned,
Not really, just follow along.
all right. Or just have this.
Okay.
And have this, this also. That's my so when you guys come, I'll show this one.
Thank you.
Oh,
Is it the guy with the colored hair?
The room manager?
Yes.
Carol.
Carol.
Yeah.
Carol. Let me find it.
She.
Yeah. She.
Oh, she's coming with him. Where'd she go?
she went for someone.
Excuse me. Mr. Shin, is that all right?
Yeah. Can you confirm?
Okay, this one.
I can't find that.
No, you got it.
Okay, you got it.
You don't need some, right?
You're not going to be playing any visuals or something.
No.
Yeah, it's fine. Someone's mic is on. Yeah, just turn it off.
So you have to do.
Just put it in the chair. It's too messy for the chair. Chairs.
Yeah, but if more people come, we're gonna put them back in.
I doubt. It's the only good library.
But the video is starting the part, right? So for me to get to the video, I must check out the part in the computer.
Perhaps at the end of the day, perhaps.
Yeah, at the end of the day, not at the end of the session.
Yeah. Faut attendre la fin parce que la carte est encore.
C'est ce que j'ai dit, ce n'est pas grave. À la fin, after the session, bon, à la fin de la journée, c'est pas hein?
At the end of the day, you come. At the end of the day.
Yeah, at the end of the day, that's fine.
You're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
It's fine.
No, you were saying at the end of every session, I must give you a video.
Oh no.
Yeah.
At the end of the day,
Okay.
you take all the session.
All right.
Non, c'est lui, il est, comment ça s'appelle ça, c'est espagnol. Donc il a mis les vidéos là pour envoyer les liens qui sont postés sur YouTube pour les gens qui n'ont pas pu suivre les sessions.
Oh.
I don't think there's going to be that many people.
Yes.
What is this film as a do you comment?
Trust.
Yeah. Please help me.
No. What is your last?
Please,
my boss.
Please.
He's asking how long this session.
Okay, so it's a bit for an hour and 15 minutes.
Hour, 1 hour.
Yes, and 15
minutes.
Yes, because it's going to be very practical. I want to really show what it really means to identify mis and disinformation on Wikipedia.
C'est son temps pratique.
C'est que j'ai une intervention à faire, après je vais revenir.
What's happening this time?
11:30.
Je fais l'intervention.
C'est par rapport, comment même ils appellent ça, par rapport au projet là.
Ok.
The picture and the creative task. C'est ça. C'est ça que je dois intervenir. Hein?
It is at the same time that the human lunch.
Yeah. Oh, that's the problem.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, so lovely.
Fine. Fine.
Even if they come again, just take it and come back.
We need to rearrange the room, right? So there's no need.
That's fine.
Comme l'autre là ici, j'ai oublié ça. C'est là que je vais comprendre. J'ai sauvé que j'ai oublié ça quelque part et puis c'est là que je vais commencer. Où j'ai mis ça?
I'm looking at the seats. Will you be enough? Let's see how it goes.
You think you're expecting more people?
Expecting about 20.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12.
Interesting.
Can you help with distributing the pay? Okay, let's start here. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Yes. It depends on the number.
Bon, je pense que comment les bénévoles n'ont pas de place fixe.
Yeah, I switched it on.
Si mon téléphone maintenant il se gâte, il dit, hé, mon téléphone est gâté.
Yeah, exactly what you want. Is it next to
Et pourtant, façon dont ils ont mis comme ça, même si c'est moi, je n'aime pas. Même si c'est moi, je n'aime pas qu'on me prenne comme ça.
Yes, just a chair.
No one's there.
Yes, somebody is here.
So we feed the first place and then.
11:30.
11:30?
Yeah.
You believe it?
When you go and bring the deadline,
Yes.
in the session, I agreed to doing the thing on the African Wikimedia Alliance. I don't really need to.
That was.
Okay, that one.
Yes, yes, yes.
Ah, good.
That's why we have you here.
Nice. Yeah, because I'm curious to that one.
Okay.
Where's that lag here? It's only because of the stream that there's a lag. I was saying, is there a lag? But do you think people watching this whole, yo?
Remember that we're waiting for the next session to start.
Where's the mics? Mics.
There is one over there. There is one over here.
Also, the consequence of what could happen. Remember the reason I was the one next month. I saw you photo and see how many people for this month. I'm gonna when I'm lost. A whole bunch of people asking how they found and I told them, so when you finish, I'm going to actually move the poster more to that where people can see it and enjoy it. I've got a few people asking. Okay. So I think we should have. Yes. We can have it at the reception. And then the registration. Okay. This was mine. I got the big sand or something. It's 11 days already. Sorry? I said it's 11 days. Oh, yeah. People are still standing eating snacks. We might only have 1 minute. Okay, let's give them 1 minute. 12:31 for me. Okay, 12:31. Okay. So just say that because you think, yeah.
Please let me know 30 seconds before the end.
Okay. What do you think? Do you want to start?
Take your guest. Hello. How are you doing?
That's me. It's just that's yeah. The majority of people can drink. I think the volunteers in everyone is here. Yeah. It's one of our very active kids.
Would you like a pen? You don't want a pen? You don't write. You can have pens.
That's very nice.
Of course. There you go.
You get pens for free. It's just not sure.
They're useful.
To remember code for
How do I change this?
Your computers are transmitting.
Okay.
There you go.
There we are. So it's being touched.
You can go ahead. Okay.
And, please use the microphone for the online audience.
Okay. Okay, hi everyone. Welcome to this workshop on how to tackle mis and disinformation on Wikipedia. This is a little bit about me. I'm a certified librarian and a community coordinator for the African Wikimedia Alliance. And this workshop is proudly sponsored by Code for Africa, who is the international body overseeing all of the African Wikimedia Alliance program. Code for Africa is the largest civic tech and data journalism network in Africa. We have about 130 staff scattered all over 26 African countries. And we have a network of different programs that we run. We have the WANA Data, we have the African Wikimedia Alliance, which I represent. And we lead several initiatives like African Drone. It's a network of civic drone operators. We also have the Census Africa, the PESA Check, which is a fact-checking team. And yeah, we have a whole lot of fact-checking in-house team that also help newsrooms across Africa. Yeah, so that's about us, and I'll go to the next slide. Now, what is African Wikipedia Alliance and why are we here? Because Code for Africa is really keen on promoting information integrity, they thought it would be very useful for Wikimedians to acquire fact-checking skill. And how can they, so earlier when Code for Africa started the African Wikipedia Alliance, they started with a project, and that was fighting climate denialism and also helping to fight disinformation on Wikipedia. So it ran at the initial stage in 2022 as a project. So they wanted to sustain that community, and that was what birthed the African Wikipedia Alliance. And we are a community of over 308 African Wikimedians scattered across 31 African countries. And we work with both the Francophone and Anglophone community. We do a whole lot, but specifically we focus on topics of impact like climate, gender, and politics. And we try to improve content around all of these themes, and by also helping Wikimedians acquire fact-checking skills that they use to improve content as it has to do with the topics of impact that I have mentioned. I'll just skip the slide. So why are we here today? And that takes me to the agenda. I'll be talking about information disorder. We look at what is information disorder, examples of information disorder on Wikipedia specifically, and the importance of why we need to tackle this. And then we'll go into fact-checking, we'll look at some tools, and then we'll also try to practically fact-check a Wikipedia content. And at the end, I would like to get questions from you, takeaways, and we'll think about next steps. So what is information disorder, if I may ask? Anyone?
Information that has been distorted.
Yeah, thank you. So that's like the simplest definition. And because we know Wikipedia has about 10 billion views monthly, it makes it prone to information disorder. And presently, in this 21st century where we are, we see information disorder as many ways. Our digital environment is polluted with misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. And this term, according to Bipartisan Policy Center, refers to MDM. So it's seen as like an MDM syndrome, which is all over the online space. Now, why is this important to Wikimedians? Like I said, we have a lot of views monthly, and information lobbyists, people that distort information, that promote fake news and the likes, they feel like Wikipedia is one of the best first place to distribute inaccurate information, because most times when you see misinformation on social media, you tend to see a screenshot of Wikipedia that has a section of Wikipedia that has just been recently distorted, trending on all of the social spaces, especially X. So like I said, we have different types of information disorder, and I'll just give you like a very quick explanation so we don't spend much time on this. Now, misinformation is false, but is a false information that is created with the intention to harm. And we also have disinformation. No, sorry, misinformation is the false information created without the intention to harm, but eventually ends up harming the people that consume the information. We also have disinformation, and disinformation on Wikipedia is seen as fake news that is spread across different space, and it is deliberately done in order to cause havoc, to cause harm, and to change people's opinion about a subject or topic. While malinformation is usually an information based on reality of things that are happening, and it is used with the intention to harm. And where would you see some of these things on Wikipedia? Because I really want us to focus on how we can identify this on Wikipedia. Now, for misinformation on Wikipedia, it could happen in a scenario whereby a well-meaning Wikipedia editor tries to edit a content, but mistakenly added an inaccurate information. Take, for example, we are looking at an article about population of a country, and then a Wikipedia editor, instead of saying, oh, we have 40 billion people in Kenya, take for example, mistakenly ends up writing 30 billion. Now, this is not like, it's trying to spread disinformation. It has unintentionally spread misinformation. Yeah, so that's an example. Another example could be about year of independence of a country. So take for example, let's say an editor who is working on an info box of Kenya. I don't know why I'm citing Kenya. Sorry. Okay, so and this editor ends up, instead of saying Kenya gave independence in, correct me if I'm wrong, gave independence in 1963, ends up saying 1964. So that is a misinformation. It's not because it's going to cause harm, but mistakenly he has created that, he has changed the information. So yeah, yes. Yeah, so that's what misinformation looks like on Wikipedia. Now, when we look at disinformation, and disinformation, like I said, is to cause harm, intentionally, deliberately causing harm. And example of such could be seen in a user deliberately adding false information to an article or gotten from a fake news website. Now, if you go on Wikipedia, let me just quickly click on some of this link. Yes, so Wikipedia has curated a list of fake news websites. And as editors, as organizers that lead campaigns, I think it's very important that we get familiar with this list. I think If you go further down, you see that it's further breakdown according to countries, and they try to really identify lists. Now, this list might not be exhaustive because we have new news media springing forth. Yes, yes. And as organizers, what we need to do is keep a watch on this page and see any new maybe news media that is springing forth that is promoting fake news, and see how we can update this list. Now, there's another list called the deprecated sources. Now, these sources are highly questionable sources that editors are discouraged from citing in articles, and we have a whole lot of them. If you go down, you can like read more about this. I really like to follow this page because it gives you like a detailed breakdown as to what are deprecated sources, and like the first one I shared, fake news websites. So this list showcases all different news media sites, sources that promotes disinformation, fake news, which as Wikimedians, we should always encourage our members to not cite any of these sources that are being listed here. Now, let me just go back to the last one. Yes, so my information on Wikipedia, like I said, is based on reality of things, what is happening. And although it's not like you're promoting fake information about that person, but the content of the information that you are putting out there is going to harm that person or that organization. Now, there is a very good documentation about what this looks like on Wikipedia, and I will go on to open the Wikipedia biography of living persons. Now, if you go on this page, it tells you why it is very important to focus on relevant information about a subject rather than focusing on controversial information about them, because it's put them at the risk of being harmed, especially let's look at activists. Now, if you have maybe a political activist in your country and there's a Wikipedia article about that political activist on Wikipedia, and let's say the government it has been in the watch list of the government for a very long time. And then because Wikipedia is one of the largest online encyclopedia, the governments are likely to go on Wikipedia to want to read about him because maybe they don't have information about that person. Now, what happens is that how do we then identify malinformation? Now, true but sensitive or harmful information added to an article with the intent to harm. Example, a Wikipedia article containing personal address. I know Wikipedia article would not contain personal address. However, sometimes when you read Wikipedia articles about activists, you tend to see a controversial section that talks about some of the things they have done, how they've been in the watch list of the government, and some other stuff. Now, some of these things would likely expose these activists to harm, and it might give the government some maybe vital information about him. So that's why we say instead of promoting controversial information, putting out controversial information about biography of living person, it's always good to just use information that is useful and educative to people about the subject. So that's about malinformation. I don't know if we have questions, or should I just to save time? Yeah. Okay. So having explained misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation, I would like us to do this very quick exercise. Sorry, I don't have the slide. So I have created a scenario. We have 3 scenarios, and the first one is about Sarah. Sarah, a concerned mother, stumbled upon a screenshot circulating on X. The screenshot was of a Wikipedia article on COVID-19, claiming that drinking a mixture of salt and lemon juice could cure the virus. Worried about the ongoing pandemic, she shared this information with her friends and family. Several of her family members followed the dangerous advice, resulting in severe illness and hospitalization. Now, how are we going to categorize this according to Miss, Mal, and this? What category does it fall under?
I think misinformation is in the first way, but I know so the researcher have sent a new word for I believe I think enough information. So I can say
yeah, sorry.
About your presentation, I can say misinformation.
Okay.
In the first part, but there exists an effort to describe in a specific words such misinformation which is dangerous concerning the health.
Okay. Do we have a contrary opinion? Okay, since we all have I have a good listening audience here, so let's start for ourselves. Yes.
They are also a
yes, so this is an example of misinformation. And why is it misinformation? It's because it's false information, and Sarah shared it unknowingly to help our family. However, it's still false, and this was just a deliberate attempt to distort Wikipedia. Now, thank you for that. Now let's go to the second scenario base. Yeah, so during a presidential election in Nigeria, an anonymous Wikipedia editor altered the age of one of the leading candidates, saying that he was the oldest man in the world. And I can click on that to show you where the discussion is later. And this information, incorrect information stayed on Wikipedia article on that Wikipedia article about this person for a minute and quickly spread on Twitter. Then Twitter was not X. Then Facebook and other social media platforms. Many Nigerians began to question the candidate's ability to lead due to his supposed advanced age. Although the error was eventually corrected and the article semi-protected, but the information had already caused significant debates and influenced the views of some voters. Now, before you respond, let me just show you where the conversation, where the comments on the top page was. Now, as you can see, you'll see that there are two revisions. Now, the first one said that his birth date was in 2021, and then the other one said 1900. So, looking at this, and based on, although this revision has been updated, now going back to the scenario-based question, what kind of information disorder is this? Yes. Yes. Can we get another person? Anyone?
I am already I can quite
okay. Yeah, please try.
I think it is it is on disinformation. Disinformation. Yeah, I think it is a disinformation because people who created the false information knew that it is false, and I think we have the intention to discredit the candidate at election. So for this reason, I think it is disinformation.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is disinformation because, as you can see, the article was actually edited multiple times. The first one was saying he was his birth date was 2021. For someone who wants to contest for election in 2023, and then the other one said 1900. That means like his ancient of days, 125 years. Even though our president is old, but then he's not 164. Yes, please.
It is possible that it's just an accidental misinformation. Because what could have happened, and what I've seen happen before, is that someone thinks that they're updating a date for 2023, something happened, updated in the wrong place because the info boxes are kind of complicated. That then gets reverted by someone else because they see it's wrong, but they don't understand how info boxes work. It's online. Sorry. Yeah, so then they revert it back. They try to correct it, but they don't know the real date, so they just go with a sort of default date. 1900 is often used as like a default date by many people. And as like a film, because I just see old guy. So it is possible, like without actually getting in the minds of the person who are making these vandalisms, accidental vandalisms or purposeful vandalism, we don't know. So yeah, it could be disinformation if it's done with intent.
Yeah.
It could be accidental misinformation if it's done in innocent good faith, and they just don't know how to edit Wikipedia properly.
Okay.
Hard to say.
Yeah, so the reason why I said it's disinformation is because it was done by an anonymous editor. And it was also during the time of the elections. Yes, and there was no substance to back up the claim.
So this is all evidence that it is, but it doesn't conclusively prove it is.
Yeah.
So again, we don't know for a fact. So we can say, yeah, it probably is disinformation because of all these factors. You know, it's the election, people do vandalize stuff during elections, that's really common. You can definitely say it most probably is disinformation. And in popular conversation, we often say, like, yeah, it's disinformation because it happens during an election. That's absolutely fine. But like when you used to drill down to it, I don't know for an actual fact. And would you have to assume good faith to a large extent? But you're right, the elements there of it being an election, anonymous IP addresses, elections just encourage a lot of vandalism. These things do sort of add to it, right? I'm just highlighting it.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, I wouldn't want us to because we have limited time. Thank you so much for your contribution. Now we have another scenario-based question, and it's about a Wikipedia article about Amina, a well-known South African gender activist and founder of a popular NGO, featured details about her successful career in child health advocacy. An anonymous editor later added sensitive but true information about her past struggle with addiction. So she had like sex addiction, alcohol addiction, and the likes. And although this information was added, it was accurate, but it was added to a Wikipedia article. It was later removed. However, this results in backlashes because, like, she's a child health advocate and South African gender activist. So they expect her to be like a role model, right? Now, this results to backlash, harmed Amina's reputation, leading to emotional distress and loss of funding for opportunities that she's likely to get for her NGO. Now, what kind of information disorder are we going to categorize this as?
So that one is malinformation, because even though there's reality about the person, it is intended to tarnish her image. And we could see that at the end, it is really clear that she had a negative feeling about herself and she lost opportunities. So I will categorize it under malinformation.
Okay, do we have a contrary opinion? Anyone? Okay, so based on all of this explanation, this scenario-based question 3 is malinformation taking. And this scenario exemplifies malinformation where accurate but sensitive information was shared, like you said, in ways that could cause harm to Amina's reputation. And if you go to the Wikipedia biography of living person, like I shared initially, this policy emphasized the need to not give undue weight to irrelevant information that would help people learn about your work. Because remember, if you put controversial information there on that Wikipedia article, it doesn't really help promote any educative content about Amina's work or the likes, but it's giving undue weight to her personal life, which might not be really useful for someone who wants to read more about our child rights, health advocacy, and the likes. I don't know if you want to say something.
Yeah, this is a great example of citations and the importance of citations. If it's not in the public domain, if it's not a reliable reference source used to cite it, it has no business being on Wikipedia. Because otherwise, even if it wasn't sensitive information, let's say it was not sensitive information, it still shouldn't be on Wikipedia because then it would be original research. And Wikipedia is no place for original research, right? If, say, for example, a reliable reference like a well-known newspaper everyone highly respects was to publish it, and you can cite it, that's a different story. But because this is definitely sounds like something where it would just come out of the blue, there'll be no reference, no place in Wikipedia. It shouldn't be there. So that's sort of in addition to the sensitive nature of it. It's also this simple citation issue as well.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I believe at the moment there is something that's brewing in the United States surrounding rapper P. Diddy with all of these scandals that he's dealing with right now. As negative as it is, that is information that would be part of his Wikipedia page. So is that situation different from her situation? Because if the information that was included there then has a source where it comes from, if as a prominent figure or however well-known she is in the community, there can be a couple of news articles written about maybe that addiction that she was part of. Isn't that supposed to be on the page as well? Because we also, when especially writing about a person, also have to include even the dark side of things, because that's like the entirety of the particular individual.
Okay, I'm trying to respond. Okay, the reason why I think it's not good to put undue weight to controversial information about people, even if it's kind of informative, is because it's going to put them at the risk of harm, and this can also result in emotional distress, right? And also because to avoid gossip and prevent feedback loops that can victimize individuals, it would be most useful to do less with controversies surrounding their life. Like Wikipedia is meant to be educative, right? I don't know if you want to respond.
So this is where context is really important. Because P. Diddy's case, excellent example, right? There's a lot of distressing stuff coming out of the media, reliably reported on. P. Diddy is a notable public figure. He lives a public life. It is in the public interest that people reflect that on the Wikipedia page, because it's in the media, it's a lot of reliable citations. Again, it's a public figure. If, however, the person is a more private figure, or like the talk of, say, this previous addiction, there's reason to believe that it's kind of like a hit job. It's just there to besmirch their image, for example. Maybe it's a lie, maybe it's even true. That's where it starts becoming more debatable, and that's where sort of maybe a conversation can happen on the talk page, right? Like is this defamation, for example? So Wikipedia. That's why citations are so. That's another reason why citations are so important. because we don't want to risk the Wikipedia project being a facilitator of defamation. But what we can do is we can say that like X publication claims ABC, right? Like this person has addiction or P. Diddy ran, did these terrible things. In P. Diddy's case, there's just so many other citations saying the same thing, and there's court proceedings, so we could say with certainty, with citations obviously, that this has happened. In maybe this example, you can't really say that. I mean, let's say there's only one publication from a newspaper that's kind of suspect, right? Even if the story is true, we don't know that. We don't know if it's true. So what we say instead is like, this publication said X. Maybe that's too much. Maybe we want to have a debate even if we do say that. Again, context matters. Context is important.
Thanks. My name is Winnie. I will weigh in from a media perspective. I have a professional background in media. And I think also to add on to, build on what Scott is saying in terms of references. To answer your question, Matete, it borders on, in media, by the time a story is put out there, it has to be weighed in first. Is it factual? Is it relevant? So by the time a reputable publication is publishing that content, they've done that bit. And that is why Wikimedia is also very specific about the kind of publications that warrant to be sources. So in PDD's case, one, it's information, one that is in the public domain, it's factual. So what will make it different is the how in which his Wikipedia page is being written. If it's written from a neutral point of view, which is a guideline, a key guideline on Wikipedia, and it's just aimed at informing, updating, this is what is happening, and whichever that process is, whether he's found guilty or innocent, it will all be documented factually and from a neutral point of view. That's okay. In Amina's case, I didn't see it. I don't know what the discussion was, but I'm sure by the fact that it was removed, I want to believe it was also done from a context of malice, where somebody just went in, and you'll find that it's likely that it's somebody who's never even edited Wikipedia before. Just go there with that, and then even the way it's written, that is what makes it questionable, and then it becomes a whole problem altogether. So the how the information is packaged, the source, and then just looking at the Wikipedia guidelines. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so why people fall for mis and disinformation? So we have 3 points here. Confirmation bias. Now, in order to help influence existing belief about a topic or a person, people want to ensure that the bias is confirmed, and they do that in the content on the Wikipedia article of that person. Another is to appeal to emotion, because we are easily moved by what we see or how we feel about a particular person. Then it hinders the way we think about the person. Like, take for example, if I really like Amina as a person, and I've been looking up to her as a role model for a very long time, and I find this kind of information written about past life and all of that, it might really appeal to my emotion, and I wouldn't even want to check the source to confirm if this is true or false. Another is the reiteration effect, and this happens to us, especially when we listen to music. Now, for a person, if you've not listened to Amapiano, if you're listening to Amapiano for the first time, you'll be confused as to, what kind of sound, the rhythm and everything. But continuously listening to Amapiano, you begin to sing it like from within. Once you just hear the beats, you fall in love with it. So the same thing happens to people that spread mis and disinformation. When you continue to see that information, then it changes your perspective about that person. So these are some reasons why people fall for mis/disinformation. And why is it important for us to tackle misinformation on Wikipedia? I'm supposed to pose this question to everyone in the room. I don't know if anyone wants to speak something, want to share your thoughts.
All right. I think from the top of my mind, I'll say that Wikipedia is one of the biggest sources of information, such that even information that you can't really find in a lot of places, because maybe it's information that you need to dig deeper to find, on Wikipedia it's readily available. And that information tends to inform our decisions in society. And we made an example with elections. A lot of people relied on articles that they see there. So that information, it becomes important that it has to be accurate, it has to be fair, so that even when you make decisions, informed decisions, your decisions are based on reliable sources or reliable information instead of bias. So I think that's what makes it a very, very important source of information.
Yeah, thank you. It seems you've explained the points already. Yeah, so like you said, because over 10 billion people view Wikipedia monthly, it makes it very important to ensure that accuracy and credibility of the content is key, and because it's also going to influence public opinion and decisions and debates that are likely to come or generate out of the contents that people consume on Wikipedia. Now let's go into fact-checking. We'll be looking at what is fact-checking, important tools, and I hope that at the end of today, we'll be able to practically dissect a Wikipedia article. Now, what is fact-checking? Fact-checking is the process of verifying information to ensure it's accurate and truthful. Now, in journalism, it is a process of analyzing claims, most especially on trending topics as it relates to politics, social, environmental issues, and rating them as either true or false. So that's what fact-checking is in journalism. Now, we have different tools that are being used in fact-checking, but I'll just work with this few because this is what we'll be using. And we have the reverse image search, Google Lens. We also have several AI detection tool. Now, this AI detection tool is used to fact-check the content on the news source, the secondary source that you are using on Wikipedia. So it's called Hive AI. We also have the plagiarism detector. It's a tool that was developed by Wikimedians that know how to use the technical side of things on Wikipedia, and it's called the Earwigs Copy Views. And we also have the Internet Archive, which is very important for fact checkers. And they use the Wayback Machine. I'll be showing us how to use this tool. So this is what Google Lens looks like. You can download it on your mobile phone by scanning the code. And also there is like an extension feature. Yeah. And sometimes when you just right click on your keyboard, you see it displays on a picture or any information that you're going over. So this is a reverse image search tool that helps verify the authenticity of images by finding their sources or similar images on the internet. And this is what the Hive AI detector looks like. You can just add this extension to your Chrome browser, and it helps to detect AI-generated content because you have so many of them, right? On secondary sources. Now, not on Wikipedia article, on secondary sources that you use on Wikipedia. And we also have this tool, the one I talked about, that most Wikipedia reviewers use. And I'll really encourage community leads, people who organize training, to try to expose their members or participants to this tool, so that people are really, it's easy for them to identify where a content has been plagiarized, and it's also reduced the series of back and forths that we tend to face with the reviewers, where they tend to say, oh, this edit is wrong, blah, 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 and the likes. And it's a plagiarism tool that checks for copied content on Wikipedia, and it scans texts to identify if it's been taken from other sources without proper attribution. Remember, Wikipedia is also keen on attribution. Like when we cite sources, we tend to show the references and the citation. And this is the Internet Archive, the Wayback Machine. Now, this is useful. It's a tool that allows you to access archived versions of websites, helping to verify claims and recover information from pages that have been altered or removed. Now, sometimes when anonymous editors try to distort Wikipedia article, they also try to create contents, self-published sources that could back up their claim. So when you go to that source, you find out that, oh, maybe the content is lost, and you want to find out the actual contents on the source that was used. You can use the Wayback Machine to, to find that. So now we'll be doing a fact-checking, a case study analysis of Chidinma Adesina. I think most South Africans should know her. Okay. Yes, so this is Chidinma Adesina. I couldn't find any of her picture on Commons, but yes, I saw this fair use picture. So Chidinma Adesina is the Miss Universe Nigeria 2024 title holder. She was alleged, I don't know if it's true, she was born in Soweto, South Africa, to a Nigerian father and a South African mother. So there are several controversies surrounding her citizenship, because some said like, no, she's not a citizen of South Africa, and then others were of the opinion that, oh, she's actually from Nigeria, she shouldn't claim that she's from South Africa. So while trying to come up with like a practical for this session, I went over a page, and there's this controversial example, a section which claims she was previously married and divorced in 2024. And this source cited an unreliable online newspaper called Pop Godin. Now, if you go to that, I'll show you what this looks like in the next page. Now, if you go to this, where this section was written and where the citation was added, if you click on Pop Godin, which was the citation that was used, you discover that there's no content there currently. So the source was created just to confirm the bias, right? Now, this misinformation implied that she married DJ SBU, and DJ SBU was one of, I think he's a popular person in South Africa that was fighting in support of Chidinma Adesina. I don't know if you want to say something.
Oh no, it's just DJ SBU. He's like a controversial morning. He was a controversial morning DJ, and he also has his own energy drink brand. And he's just always like sort of controversial.
Okay. Yeah. So in order to make this even more controversial, they made the contents, that section of our Wikipedia article said that she was married to DJ SBU, and that is why he was publicly defending her. And this claim was unsupported and factually inaccurate. Now let's look at what this looks like. Let me just go back here. Okay. Yes, so if you go to this section that says personal life, you see Adesina was previously married and divorced in February 2024. She has one child. Now, before these updates use that citation of DJ SBU. Currently, this is the version of our Wikipedia article. Yeah, I just want to show you what's. So, as you can see, it still says Adesina was previously married and divorced in February. She has one child. Now, if you click on the source 9, if I click on it, it takes me to this citation. Now, if I click open this citation, this is what I found. Page could not be found. Now, we started accessing a Wikipedia article and we just discovered that this is a false claim. But in order to confirm what we are thinking, then we might want to use some of the tools that I showed you initially. So the first one we'll be using is the Wayback Machine. So I'll go back. Yes, so I had initially did the search down. Maybe I'll just start all over just to show you how you can trace back the source that, when I opened the source on a Wikipedia article here, it said page not found. But when I went on Wayback Machine, it actually brought back the original content that was published about Chidinma Adesina on that, the first claim. And just to show you how to do this, you copy the URL of that citation. So let's just copy this. Copy. You go to the Wayback Machine. So I'll just get on the Yes, so you go on your browser, you search for Wayback Machine, and it's always best to just enter the URL so you get the exact content that you need. So I'll paste the URL in this search box, and it's going to show me all of the edits that was made to that newspaper right from the first date that it was published. So you want to go back to trace the first published source. And it said save 4 times between July 31, 2024 and August 8. So I'll click on July 31st, or I can also just scroll down. Or you can just scroll down to the exact dates, July. You can see if you click on July, you can see that there are 2 snapshots. The first was 26 and the second was 28. So we want to click on the first one. Yes, the oldest. And it brings us to this page. Now, if you read through this content, you discover that a lot of things were said about Chidinma Adesina that just recently gained publicity and she began to trend online. And they are already talking about a net worth in 2024. And if you read through the content, the first paragraph of this news says, there's this part that says, from what the public can see right now, there's no source that is saying she's actually worth $20,000. And net worth is $20,000. There is no knowledge about her finances or net worth. It is thought that she would have a net worth of $20,000 by the year 2024. So this being the introduction does not gives credibility to this news source. Now remember, going back to the deprecated sources I talked about and also list of fake news websites. So you might want to also update that list with this Pop Golden because it has proven to not publish accurate information. Now, specifically, we want to look at the section of this news article that says she was married to DJ SBU, blah, 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 blah. And you go down, you can see that this picture was taken from the internet, from one of DJ SBU YouTube videos and the likes. And they kind of just mix both Chidima Adesina's picture and DJ SBU. But how can we confirm that? That's where you use your Google reverse image search tool. And to do that, we'll just try to create a snapshot. And you can also just right click on the image, the SVU, and you see search with Google Lens. Yes, because it's Google Chrome. Now, if you look through all of this, let me see. So we'll try to look at these first results that we are getting. And this is another online news media that talks about the SBU defending Chidima Adesina. And there's no content within this news that states that DJ SBU is married to Chidima Adesina. So, and as you can see, it shows that the person just copied this picture and used on the false claim news source. So this is how you can use Google reverse search to identify when there's a misinformation or someone just trying to promote a claim that is false. And you can also just still go back to other search results to just to confirm if this is actually true. And there's a YouTube video that talks about DJ SBU defending Chidima Adesina. There's no way in his statement that says he was once married to her or they were divorced. So these are some of the things that you can do using the Google reverse search. And then there's so many videos, just keeps mixing and all that, but there's no content that says he was previously married to her. So that's one way, one of the tools that you can use to detect. Now, having used the Google reverse search, we also want to check the contents of this news source. Remember, I made mention of the Hive AI that you can use to detect whether a content of a news source was actually AI generated. So I'll try to use that tool, and you can activate the tool by adding the Chrome extension to your browser.
Sorry, before you continue, please hit the mic.
Oh, sorry. Because I'm using my Okay, yeah, so there's the Hive AI. You can add it to your Chrome, and this helps to identify whether a section of the content is AI generated or not. So we want to try that on Chidima Adesina nationality. I would also like you to really take your time to read through this news source, and you really discover a lot of misinformation, false claims there. So I will just, okay. Thank you. Yes, so I want to try out the Chrome extension. This is what it looks like once it is activated. And you can do that by just clicking on it. You open it, and then copy a section of this content. So I want to try it with this, and paste here, and just say I agree with the terms and conditions, but please do well to read the terms and conditions. And as you can see, it said 80.8% the input is likely to be AI generated. Now there are some other tools that you can use right? We also have Turnitin, but like you need institutional access for what I know. Yeah, so this is how you can use some of the fact checking to really dissect the source and see how we can improve Wikipedia content. Now, I've used the Hive and the Google Lens. Now I want to go to the plagiarism detection tool. And you can also use this by just right-clicking, it pops up. Yeah, so let me just start this over. I wanted to take you back to what it looks like. Yes, so this is what the detector looks like. It's a tool that was created by Wikimedians. And if you read the top of it, says this tool attempts to detect copyright violations in articles. In search mode, it will check for similar content elsewhere on the web using Google external link present in the text of the page or Turnitin, depending on which options are selected. So there are different options here. We have, because I want to look at the English Wikipedia, so that's why I'm using English. They have so many languages, Gabani and the likes, and other local language. And you can also use the tool on other Wikimedia projects like Wikinews, Wikiquotes, Wikisource, Wikivacity, and the likes. Yes, so now I just want to do Chidinma additional, and I'll paste the title of that article in this search box that says page. And I would use Turnitin and click on submit. Oops, sorry, I need to log in. I think I did this without logging in. Sorry. So we try to authenticate. I need to go back. So I had initially run this test already, so I'll just use the already. So I ran Chidinma additional through this tool, and as you can see, there's a limit of copyright violation on Chidinma additional's Wikipedia article. Now, if it also kind of show you, or it compare all of the sources, the citation that was using Chidinma additional with the original source. And it does this by running through all of the sources, trying to compare it with the content as it is written on Wikipedia. Now, if you see those red spots, indicates some likely copyright violation, like some words that were actually uplifted from the from this news source, Premium Times engine, that was actually uplifted from Wikipedia, uplifted and pasted on our Wikipedia article. So, and as you can see, it's kind of show you specifically the way the words were copied, and it compares them with the actual source. Now, remember, this first one says at the Miss Universe 2024 pageant. Now, if you scroll down, you'll find the exact word on the Premium Times, and it says at the Miss Universe 2024 pageant. Now, I don't know if there's another word that the editor would have used to replace the Miss Universe 2024 pageant. I guess the person was also confused as to how do I rephrase this? Yeah, and there's also the part that says South African citizenship. And it's kind of also points out the exact way it was copied from Premium Times. Now, I don't think there's any way you can rephrase that. So, as you can see, say 8.3%, and I think it's a good, very good score. Because normally when you're writing a research paper, I think for most academic who say 25, they will, from my place, oh, even 50. Okay. Yes, yeah. Yeah, so this is how to just practically use this tool, and I really encourage you to use it with your community members when trying to publish new articles or trying to improve or expand article. Because sometimes new editors tend to just copy verbatim and just paste because they feel like, oh, this article is live already. Let's just expand this the way we can. So that's why I really encourage you to use this tool. And yeah, so this is to dissect misinformation on our Wikipedia article. I just showed you practically how to use this tool. And because we've dissected Chidima Additional, we would need to update that section of our Wikipedia article. And we can do that by just going to the Wikipedia. Let me click on it. It's on page. Okay, so this is the section that we need to upload, and as you can see, there's a citation needed tag here that said better source needed. And even the source that was used was like a false claim source. So Additional was previously married. This is not a confirmed. So I just want to ask, how do we then rephrase this section, given all what we've learned as a Wikimedia editor, that if you are faced with this kind of situation, how would you approach it? Open question. No clapping.
No. Anyone need the mic?
What is the rule for just deleting that? What is the rule for just deleting that? Because it's not, I mean, none of that is true.
Sure. Yeah, so
So from what I know, in the Wikipedia space,
Mic is off.
in case you identify.
Mic is off.
Wasn't there a first question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I can ask you. So if you see an information that you believe is not true, first you have to cross-check just like you took us through. And then if you go through it and then you see that there is really no credible source to it, you can remove it.
Okay. Just
because as far as it is not true, even if you rephrase it, you are still keeping it.
Yeah.
It is as if you are mentioning it in a different way, but still the same misinformation.
Yes. Just to respond to Amanda's question, there's also a talk page on the Wikipedia article where you can raise discussion. Yeah, and in case you are maybe still in doubt as to whether this is true or false, and you really want like a consensus around, oh, should we keep this or should we delete it? You can just go to the talk page. But once you are confident, haven't done all of this, and you feel like, no, this has to go, then you can delete it. Yeah. I don't know. Do you have a thoughts around this that you want to share?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Typically, how these things go is if you find the source citation, the source is really suspect, you just delete it and you add a comment in the edit comment section saying deleted because of unreliable source. If the person who added it or someone else feels particularly strongly that you were wrong, they'll revert it, and then if you sort of spot that, you can go to the talk section and explain why you think it's wrong. You can certainly reword it at the very least to say like, instead of this person was married or divorced, you say like, it is alleged by this or stated in this publication XYZ. And then you have a discussion about its reliability of the source and if you should delete it or not. And you come to a consensus.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I'll be deleting this at the end of our session because I just have 10 more minutes. And I hope you found this training useful. And yeah, so this is what we do at the African Wikipedia Alliance. Apart from just helping to grow skill in editing, we also try to ensure that the contents, we promote information integrity on Wikipedia pages. And I would really like to share about how you can connect with us beyond this space. And I have some QR codes, which is what we use now. I would like you to connect with our community. We have a network of both Francophone and Anglophone Wikimedia space. We also have a membership form if you would like to be updated on our programs, activities. Currently, we are developing a course module to help other Wikimedians. And we are also open to collaboration and partnerships with other athletes who would like to carry out such training. And we have an X space where we share all of our exciting events. You can also connect with us there. And with this, I've come to the end of this session. Do we have questions, comments, feedback, what we need to improve on, recommendations? Thank you. And yeah. Yes, before I go, we have 10. And I would really like everybody to go with one of our 10. And yes, please. Yes, Garcia. And yeah, please do well to promote, talk about us with your community. We are open to carry out such trainings with you. And yeah, thank you so much.
So yes, I'm Abderrahim and then I'm from Ghana. I also train people on how to edit Wikipedia and the other projects. Actually, this is my first time hearing about African Wikipedia Alliance, and I'm so excited. I'm not really sure that the visibility of this in Africa, or sorry, in Ghana, is that much. So I'll be glad to collaborate with you, just to make sure that the trainings will advance in that section. Because once we train people to edit, and they become efficient in the editing, however, they're not able to get the accurate information, it means we'll be putting there a lot of garbage, which will not go to meet the goals of the Wikimedia Foundation. So thank you very much for this.
Thank you. And like I said, we are open to collaboration. We have a great community. And this is not to say that we work in isolation. We are also open to partnerships and collaboration. Thank you. Yeah.
My speech is about collaboration. I'm Nassim Kanga from Wikimedia Cote d'Ivoire. We know this initiative. Some members of our user group participate actively to meet up your webinar. My question is about the collaboration as a user group. If our user group want to join this alliance, how to work, how to proceed to integrate this alliance as a user group, because as organization we can have more impact in particularly in our context, we can have more impact in Francophone speaking country, because we are already relationship for growing the media skills. So I think if Code for Africa can conclude some partnership with the user group, I think this initiative can have speedily growing to impact on the individual.
So like I said, we are open to collaboration and we can identify ways that we can partner and train your community member. And I think this is very
Sharing resources.
Sharing resources and all that. So thank you so much. We are now at time, and Carol has been waving that. Thank you all. I really appreciate your participation and thank you for contributing to the session. See you around.
I also wanted to tell him that you are always having trainings.
Yes.
So when you join this, I don't think I follow it on Facebook, Instagram.
On Telegram and also Google Groups. But we have WhatsApp group. There's a yes. I can give you that. Maybe we'll meet outside and share.
Yeah, so there are always like training announcements. And
Yes.
also on the African mini telegrams. She
Yes.
announces the training.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. I think it's lunchtime. from 12:45 to 1:45. Yes, and the women are going for the women.
Oh,
lunch.
yes.
Yeah.
What is that? Don't stop recording.
Oh, before I forget, Wikimedia will be in Nairobi, my host country. Yeah, I can't wait to see all of it. I'm really promoting it.
Yes, so we're thinking of taking this to the reception and then just so I can use this. Yes, I like this as like a conference. And I saw the guy had like a discount and I said, wow, nice. And I was like, oh, thank you. Yes, if you can. I hope it's not too much of a Thank you so much. I was really scared that maybe I'm not able to communicate. Yes, on Wiki, yes. Yeah. Straight to the point. Yeah, because like some of the most fun checking sessions I used to attend, I've never really seen like practical. Yeah. Yes, it makes it no flash check, then there's another section. Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm not facilitating, I'm just. Thank you. Yes, please.
No problem.
Yeah, please, can you just type your number in my discount on WhatsApp? Yes, please. Thank you, our tech.
Oh, thank you.
Did you get a pen?
Oh, yes, I did.
Okay.
That was very informative.
Thank you.
So, do you put your classes on YouTube or something?
Oh, no, we usually put them on Meta.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the space where Wikimedias really see documentations about programs.
Okay.
But yeah, we hope to move to YouTube very soon. All right, take care.
So,
Bye-bye.
Okay.
So, like you said,
Yeah. Until 1 hour. Thank you. No problem.
Get to the wrong one like the beats are, right?
Hello? 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 Yeah. No, no, no. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Email the left network. Yeah. Is it following? Is it following in your footsteps or your mom's? Are you sure? Why? Okay. What is it? Okay. Okay. Mhm. I'm not going to teachers. And I don't think that I'm going to teachers. Don't worry.
The perfect solution for a South African problem.
Hi.
Hi.
You didn't eat. You did not eat?
I did.
Okay.
Sorry? Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Well, how are you?
Thank you for yesterday.
Sure.
Il y a même dans la scène ici le chef d'État de gouvernement de la Côte d'Ivoire.
Ah, et puis il dit encore, il n'y a personne. Ah, moi, il n'y a rien. C'est Ouattara qui est président.
Oui, c'est lui.
D'accord.
Non, ça va pas durer.
Non, ça va pas durer. Ça va pas durer.
Juste 10 minutes.
Huh?
Yeah, just a handful. Don't worry. Just a meeting, not a session. So you don't need to stream anything.
Really?
Oh. Wait.
Je te demande si tu as mangé.
No.
So this is not live.
Yes, it's offline.
Offline. Okay.
Yeah, there's no code.
Alright, you want to record it though?
Pardon?
You want to record it though?
No, we don't want to record it. It's just a brief meeting. Thank you. Affect, n'est-ce pas?
Je suis tellement appris que je suis venu à l'école.
Non. Et après? Elle arrive.
Il y a des places vides. Il y a des places vides. Vous c'est comme ça.
Oui. Allez d'ici, il y a 3 places seulement.
Il y a 4.
4. Marie.
Il y a de la place. Madame.
Vous êtes gendarme ou bien?
Il y a de la place.
Donc, vous en sortez quelque part.
Allez, il y a de la place.
Adja, il y a des places ici. Lui, il va rester 2 minutes. Les femmes d'abord, oui.
Il est déjà 39.
Ou bien, tu veux que peut-être ceux qui ne sont pas là rejoignent?
Bon, pas forcément, parce que si on voudrait que tout le monde soit là.
Oui, ça va.
I am shocked. I am shocking.
Il a choqué.
I am shocking.
Désolé pour. Je ne connais pas.
The time is money.
Time is money. Femme d'affaires. Il y a ta collègue derrière là, à l'égard. Des femmes d'affaires internationales.
Il y a une place.
Oui, il y a une place.
Il faut trouver plusieurs places.
Et pourquoi?
Alors, pareil,
Si bien en retard,
là c'est
reste de
tu vois, il faut prier pour les autres. Il faut prier pour les autres.
Ah, c'est pour le
C'est normal. Il y a des
et autant qu'Africain, c'est aussi bien de s'asseoir par terre. Ça ne fait rien.
Ça ne fait rien.
Voilà, parce que nous sommes des hommes et des femmes traditionnelles.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je ne parviens pas à joindre la fête. Quelqu'un pourrait essayer.
Mais tu viens de l'avoir tout à l'heure.
Non, j'ai essayé, mais je n'ai pas. Président, vous allez bien?
Ouais, c'est bon.
C'est toi. On est derrière nos présidents, non? On peut aller au-delà?
That room close to the door. Once you come down to the lobby and the reception, you take your left. All right, thank you. Now you. Because it's a hotel, they don't need to.
Let me get some chairs. That's is on the side. Let me get some chairs.
Il y a des
En fait, tu viens ici.
Il faut commencer quand même.
Ah, quand même, parfait.
sont des
Bonjour
hommes.
tout le monde.
On est nombreux, on aurait pu prendre une.
Mais ce n'est pas fait.
Monsieur le Président.
Donc, bonjour tout le monde et soyez les bienvenus. Cette rencontre a été déjà imposée parce qu'au préalable, ça n'a pas été déjà programmé. C'est pourquoi on a dû prendre seulement l'heure de la pause parce que si on prenait déjà une autre heure, à part déjà l'heure de pause, d'autres conversations et des rencontres qui sont posées. Donc c'est pourquoi on a pris cette heure de pause. Donc, nous allons juste échanger par rapport à certaines avancées. Et là, les points sont structurés, il y en a 6 points. Le premier point, c'est le mot de bienvenue. Et le second point, c'est la présentation des différentes communautés qui sont nouvellement, en tout cas, eu leur affiliation et au-delà. Et le troisième point, c'est l'appel de la rentrée et les remerciements pour la mobilisation. Et le quatrième point, c'est la présentation de la vision. Cinquième, c'est un peu parler, le microphone rappelle ce qui a rapport avec les éléments qu'il faudrait prendre en compte en ce qui concerne les demandes des autres. Sixième point, c'est moi de la contribution francophone. Mais là, on est pris par le temps, on va juste paraphraser les choses. Et comme ça,
Oui, il m'a dit tu peux faire le mieux le mot de Oui, j'étais pas très prête à faire cette réunion, mais je suis contente de vous avoir tous ici. Voilà, vous êtes bienvenus. On est ensemble ici pour discuter les points que mentionnés déjà. Et on peut être bien engagé pour avoir des avis à transmettre après au groupe. Voilà.
Merci. Comme je le disais tout à l'heure, il nous reste maintenant pratiquement 11 minutes ou 15 minutes comme ça. Et on va aller très rapidement. La présentation des différentes communautés présentes ici. Et on a ici le Congo, le Burkina, Madagascar, Tchad, le Niger, le Sénégal. Est-ce qu'ils sont tous là? Tous ceux dont j'ai cité. Voilà. Et toutes mes félicitations que soyez les bienvenus dans Aquaba. Ah, ok. Vous nous savez. Comme on le dit chez nous. Et voilà. Ce que vous devez savoir, Wiki Franca, le mouvement francophone déjà à l'époque très ouvert pour que ce soit vous qui êtes nouvellement affiliés à la fondation et aussi affiliés à Wiki Franca, mais aussi les portes sont grandement ouvertes aussi pour les anciennes communautés qui étaient déjà là, mais qui continuent toujours à travailler. Et les échanges là, ça va nous aider, ça va nous renforcer. Et quand il y a des idées, il faut les évoquer, même si on n'a pas assez de temps, mais les chats sont là, ou bien si vous avez le contact de quelqu'un, envoyez des suggestions, ou bien les mails, vous pouvez directement envoyer vos suggestions là-bas. Et c'est l'ensemble de ces suggestions-là qui fera de telle sorte que nous puissions ici savoir quels sont les problèmes que les communautés rencontrent et enfin, dans la vision maintenant de Wiki Franca pour pouvoir intégrer ces difficultés-là. Maintenant, en ce qui concerne, vous allez vraiment excuser parce que là, on va aller très vite. Il y en a 6 points. Donc, en ce qui concerne la présentation, je pense que je n'ai pas oublié un groupe. Tout le monde, quand même, en ce qui concerne les nouveaux, en fait. Les nouvelles affiliations, là. J'ai dit Congo, Burkina Faso, Madagascar, le Tchad, le Niger, le Rwanda, le Sénégal. Et le Togo, merci. Voilà, il y a aussi d'autres groupes qui seront, en tout cas, qui sont sur la voie. Au moment venu, on va se prononcer dessus. Maintenant, en ce qui concerne le 3e point, c'est rappel de la rentrée Wiki Franca et les remerciements pour toutes les mobilisations. Nous avons suivi le mois dernier, il y a eu 4 sessions déjà qui ont été organisées, là où on a eu à débattre, là où les personnes ont eu à vraiment échanger sur des sujets qui sont très importants. Alors, nous vous remercions très sincèrement de votre mobilisation, de prendre votre temps, participer à ces sessions. C'est aussi participer à l'amélioration de nos différentes communautés. Et soyez-en vraiment remerciés. Donc, en ce qui concerne le 4e point, ça c'est la présentation de la vision. Et à ce niveau-là, ce qu'il faudrait vraiment comprendre, pourquoi l'objectif de la rentrée. C'était juste pour un peu briefer l'ensemble de la communauté francophone. C'est la vision que Wiki Franca est en train de mettre en place, qui a été déjà débutée il y a de cela maintenant depuis au début. Mais progressivement, on avance. Et quand il y a de nouveaux éléments, on les intègre. C'est pourquoi on a besoin toujours qu'il y ait des suggestions, qu'il y ait des critiques, qu'il y ait des formalités pour pouvoir intégrer. Parce que si on se tait, on laisse tout aller, même si on a de belles idées, si on les garde dans notre tête, ça ne servira à rien. Donc, pour cela, on a besoin que toutes les communautés s'impliquent. Il ne faudrait pas qu'une communauté s'estime déjà marginalisée. Non, moi, je ne compte pas. Il n'y a pas cela. Il faut vous imposer. Il faut dire ce que vous avez à dire. Et à ce niveau-là, si c'est vraiment pertinent, soyez rassurés que ça sera pris en compte. Et ce n'est pas pour autant dire que ce que vous dites, ça ne sera pas pris en compte parce que ce n'est pas pertinent. Il se peut que ce que vous dites aujourd'hui aura d'impact qu'après 2 ans, qu'après 3 ans. Mais est-ce que c'est forcément nécessaire aujourd'hui? Il se peut que ça ne soit pas pris en compte aujourd'hui ou bien pour cette année, mais que ce soit pris en compte pour 2 ans après. Et c'est pourquoi les suggestions, on peut tous les recenser. Et comme ça, c'est pour la bonne marque de notre communauté. Et pour cela, la vision, on a établi, dans les mois à venir, il y aura des annonces qui seront faites ici pour des sessions de formation, renforcement des capacités, que ce soit au niveau des finances, que ce soit au niveau de restructuration des user groups, les leaders qui ont des difficultés, c'est-à-dire de gestion au sein des différentes communautés. À ce niveau-là, il y a des sessions qui sont prévues et ces sessions-là seront déjà programmées et tout le monde sera invité, tout leader que tu sois déjà. Moi, je dis leader, toute personne déjà ayant la volonté de participer à ce mouvement. Parce que en soi, d'abord, il faut appliquer le leadership en choix pour être déjà à la hauteur et se mettre devant les autres. Donc, ces sessions de formation seront mises en place et que tout le monde est appelé à participer. Des sessions de formation, renforcement des capacités. Donc, à ce niveau-là, la création d'un centre de ressources aussi. Donc ça, d'ailleurs, ça va être certainement le noyau, je voulais dire. Donc, ça va être le centre. C'est à ce niveau-là, on va essayer maintenant de dispatcher, oui, telle chose on a besoin, on met ici, telle chose on a besoin de telle formation, on a besoin de telles compétences. Donc, on essaie d'introduire tous ces éléments-là. À nous seuls, en 5 personnes dans le comité, on ne peut pas réfléchir, dire qu'on va prendre en compte toutes les difficultés du mouvement. Mais comment est-ce que cela peut être possible? C'est lorsque nous réfléchissons tous ensemble, vous donnez les suggestions et à ce niveau-là, on essaie d'intégrer ces suggestions-là, ces difficultés. Parce que ce que j'estime peut-être une difficulté chez moi en Guinée peut ne pas être une difficulté en Côte d'Ivoire, ou bien peut ne pas être la même difficulté en RDC, ou bien au Madagascar. Donc, chacun de son côté, suivant son contexte, a des difficultés qu'il rencontre. Donc, il s'agit de revoir ces difficultés-là et pouvoir vraiment en faire des listes, en tout cas, très bien faire le diagnostic, remonter ces informations-là pour enrichir déjà les formations qui seront disponibles, enrichir ici ce centre de ressources qui sera mis en place et pour tout le monde. Ensuite, nous allons parler un peu de microfi et évolution de microfi. Je vais donner la parole à mon président, à l'impréviste. Il maîtrise mieux microfi que moi, bien que je viens d'intégrer cette année la commission. Il maîtrise les choses mieux que moi. Il connaît l'historique mieux que moi. Et je pense qu'en ce qui concerne ces demandes-là, il saura mieux vous parler.
Bon, je viens d'apprendre que je dois parler. Donc, c'est vrai qu'il a. J'ai intégré Microfi, en tout cas le comité d'attribution en 2018, mais là je suis en train de partir, mon dernier mandat. Donc, ce que je peux dire, c'est que nous sommes. Au départ, quand on arrivait, c'était Microfi France, et en cours de chemin, on a décidé de diviser. Les Français ont récupéré la partie française et nous, on gère tout ce qui vient de la zone francophone. Ce qu'il faut savoir, c'est que c'est une initiative à la base de Média France. Média France qui a nourri et qui nourrit toujours en grande partie le budget de Microfi, mais qui est en train de progressivement prendre le relais. À côté de cela, il y a le Média Suisse qui apporte aussi, je crois, 1 000 à 2 000 euros en plus, mais 5 000 euros, c'est le Média France. Donc, aujourd'hui, pour être un peu plus rapide, aujourd'hui, on a 2 types de financement. Les individus et puis les groupes. Les individus, pas plus de 2 000 euros. Les groupes, c'est 5 000 euros. Les projets que Microfi finance, c'est important de rappeler, Wikofi finance des projets qui font avancer la contribution. C'est-à-dire que, en fait, Wikofi a pour rôle de soutenir des projets où on va produire du contenu. Même quand on fait de la formation, il faut qu'in fine, à la fin, il y ait de la production de contenu. Ça, c'est important à savoir parce que des projets de réunion simplement, des projets de tourisme pour aller prendre des photos, simplement ne passeront pas tant qu'il n'y a pas de la dimension de production de contenu. Deuxième chose, c'est que Wikofi n'a pas vocation à financer ce qu'on appelle le outreach, tout ce qui est promotionnel, tout ce qui est communication. Donc, par exemple, tous ceux qui ont déjà tantôt, vous allez voir que tout ce qui est t-shirt, on va vous demander de réduire, de limiter ça, par exemple, aux organisateurs, parce qu'on souhaite que l'argent serve à avoir un impact sur le projet, surtout que ce n'est pas beaucoup. Donc, c'est quelque chose. Aujourd'hui, le modèle que nous avons, c'est que quand les demandes arrivent, nous sommes, je crois, 5 ou 6, on affecte votre dossier à un autre nous et qui est chargé de vous contacter, échanger avec vous jusqu'à ce qu'on décide. En fait, il est un peu notre représentant auprès de vous, ou votre représentant auprès de nous. C'est-à-dire, nous, tout ce qu'on reproche au projet, mais tout ce qu'on veut comprendre, on lui dit, c'est lui qui vous envoie. Vos réponses, c'est lui qui envoie. Et ça peut prendre le temps, c'est vrai. Je reconnais que ça prend du temps ces derniers mois parce qu'on est tous bénévoles dans le comité. Chacun a son travail et on se retrouve de façon bénévole. Donc ça fait que ça prend le temps que ça prend. C'est pour cela que dans la planification de nos projets, il faut vraiment anticiper. Il faut anticiper, moi je conseille toujours d'anticiper au moins 3 mois. Parce que si vous voulez faire une activité le mois prochain et que c'est ce mois que j'ai envoyé, c'est clair que le délai va passer. Mais on réagit. N'hésitez pas à nous relancer ou à relancer par exemple l'élément de l'équipe locale qui peut appuyer. L'année prochaine, je pense que comme il y a des départs, moi je dis à tout le monde, je m'en vais. Je pense qu'il va y avoir un renouvellement. On va demander à tout. Donc moi je vous encourage aussi à rejoindre le comité parce que ça permet d'avoir des points de vue différents et de pouvoir nouveaux et de pouvoir prendre en compte les contextes. Parce qu'il y a ça. Donc voilà, rapidement, vous voyez que j'ai pris ça comme ça.
Merci mon président. Et il nous reste 2 minutes et nous allons parler du mois de la contribution francophone. Et est-ce qu'il y a Fawaz ou bien est-ce qu'il y a Mermoz? Parce que c'est le Bénin, je crois, oui, qui doit organiser ça cette année. N'est-ce pas? C'est l'année prochaine. Ah, d'accord. Il n'y a pas de souci. Ok. Ah bon, si je dis, ah d'accord, je suis, il n'y a pas de problème. Bon, quand même, la prochaine édition, voilà, c'est ce que je
Il a une présentation.
Je fais une publicité sur la présentation tout à l'heure qui, je pense, peut intéressant. On va parler des modèles de gouvernance des communautés en Afrique. C'est vrai que ça sera en anglais, mais moi je suis là-bas. Donc, je vais faire du franglish. Donc, je vous invite, si vous êtes intéressé, à nous rejoindre et à ne pas hésiter à partager, participer là-dessus. Je pense que ça sera très utile de toutes les deux côtés. Donc, excusez.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, je voulais dire que la prochaine édition sera gérée par le Bénin et la mobilisation pour toutes les communautés, vraiment, elle est souhaitée. Donc, le mois de la contribution, tout le monde est invité à participer. Qui commence au mois de la contribution? Mois de la contribution. Donc, il y a monsieur, notre bilingue qui est là comme ça.
Notre frère d'ailleurs. Bonjour à vous tous. Il y a beaucoup de gens ici qui me connaissent. Moi, je m'appelle Ceslos. Je suis francophile. Oui, merci. Donc, je suis content d'être ici parce que moi, des fois, j'assiste aux réunions parce que, bon, dans tous mes projets Wikimedia, j'implique souvent les communautés francophones. Et maintenant, je viens de débuter mon rôle chez Wiscom en tant que coordinateur exécutif parce que depuis des années, il fallait mieux intégrer la communauté francophone en Afrique parce que tout d'abord, on est tous des Africains avant d'être francophones. Vous voyez? Donc, c'est très marrant que le voyage n'avait pas marché à la vitesse requise jusqu'ici. Mais pour l'organisation de l'USCOM, on a commencé à penser de vous tous, nous tous, en tant que francophones. Et les conférences Wiki Indaba de l'an prochain et 2026. Et puis, on va essayer d'avoir au moins 2 conférences au pays francophone. Ça, c'est justement. Il y a d'autres choses parce qu'on aimerait vous parler et vous comprendre les défis, les leçons et la manière dont il faut améliorer les choses pour que vous vous sentez mieux intégré dans le mouvement africain. C'est ça. Donc, je vais travailler avec lui et elle et avec vous tous. D'accord? Et ça va marcher ensemble. Merci.
Merci. Et merci, parce que là, il est déjà l'heure, il est 14h. Et merci à tout le monde. Voilà, on prend une photo, c'est très intéressant. On peut prendre dehors ici, si on veut, ou bien dans la salle, c'est bon. Ok, alors on sort, on prend ça dehors. Et puis voilà. Les questions et les suggestions, on les attend.
Ok.
I don't think it's gonna be that many chairs. Though. Let me just see. Yeah, that was overwhelming. So the majority of French people that not travel here actually. Yeah, French people. Yes. Is there another session? We go.
Come on.
That's one.
Please take us.
Okay. Hello. Are you gonna be the Umkhosi Room manager?
No.
I went directly, but I didn't see him. I think I was the first to join. I've been waiting. I hope it doesn't skip on us, guys.
I have a problem with the lights.
Is there going to be a lot of people?
I don't know what's happening, sorry. I'm going to fill all the chairs up. Okay. Come on. It's not off. Is it off? No, it's on. It's very low. It's got a regulator. Yeah. Sorry. This is more natural. Yeah. So if you're here for the Wiki Day session, I have no idea what's happening. Because we were supposed to start at 2 o'clock exactly. Again, this room was full. Apparently that's the session that's happening after this session. And I'm waiting for the next session. So I'm waiting to hear back from the conference organisers that will do. I think we'll probably start at 2:30, but I'm not entirely sure at the moment. Yes, brother.
Sorry, the charger.
This is wide, yo.
It's a wide lens. Look. It's a wide lens. It's a wide, strictly wide lens. It's how many?
Is it charger? Is it type?
No, it's the old type, bro.
Cool.
I think this dude left his charger.
No, I don't want to see that.
Okay. You can go ahead.
Okay, but you just sent out the audience to the session.
Okay, that's the, so then let's leave it at 3.
Well, if it's me, then it's only half an hour. So if we say we'll start at 2:30?
Yes.
Okay, until 3:30.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll speak to these people so that they are waiting on the change.
Yeah. And it's definitely that representative.
I was here, no, I think it was these guys who just carried over to the product, which is what caused the issue. But I'll tell these guys to find another location for the maybe the lightning.
Or can we just change?
Or we can move a little bit into it.
I'm talking about.
Yes, that's
And there's no space tomorrow.
So you just if you I'll find it, I'll make it. But you carry on to 3 o'clock until you I will make that one.
Can we do 2:30? Is that okay?
Yes, you
We
can.
start at 2:30.
And you get anything you like.
Yeah.
Okay. So 3:30.
2:30.
Okay, 2:30 to 3:30. Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll find out for you.
So my co-presenter is in StreamYard.
This one.
Yeah, can you pull him up on the screen?
We've got somebody streaming to stream it.
Yes.
Right. I've got an idea.
Okay.
Join the room on your PC. Can I just next day? You put in this up.
No, colleague in Brazil is connected already.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They joined?
They're joined. So it should be. Oh, you want me to? Okay.
So what you will see is him and sound.
Okay. Okay.
What's it? So,
Joe.
Whose mic is on? Why is it feeding severe? The microphone's on.
I don't have anything in turn. We're going to wait until the podcast.
Huh?
No, it is microphone.
That's very disturbing.
I'm not sure if that makes sense, to be honest.
I'd rather use that. Yes.
That works?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know if that's for that person.
I don't know.
Yeah, because
Well, this isn't working at the moment. I can always connect you on like Zoom or something. No, because I haven't got to park and connect to the stream. What happens? No, because I. Obviously.
Should we should see this? I don't know, just a little bit. It's bring up your headphones. I don't know if it's gonna go to your house. It's what you're coming up. No, like something else. So it's coming up through the stream audio. So I'm just wondering if it's gonna interrupt your class.
Nah.
I connected to the stream now, and then my colleague.
Yeah, that's fine. You're also just seeing now.
Okay.
So what's going to happen is that I'm going to tell them to bring on.
Okay.
I've seen them already. Don't forget the sound, yeah? Otherwise, you won't hear.
So that's it for.
It's just the. It's gonna make
your mic is muted.
My mic is on. I turned the microphone off. But the
Please switch it off.
so you want the microphone on?
Off.
Off.
I'm getting you because I'm already picking you up in that.
And the outputs should not be.
Yeah.
So the sound is not doing anything. Okay.
And then, so when you play sound, it's going to come up with a loudspeaker.
We don't have any sound in the presentation.
Alright.
So that's fine.
Right? And please use the mic so that the people online can.
Yeah. I want to get you all on the screen. I don't know how to do that still.
Okay, I'm going to tell them not to put it on.
Okay. $2:30. Yeah. Yes.
Are you seeing anything there?
No, I just see my screen.
No, on the stream here. Open the stream here.
Yeah.
There you are. You can maximize it.
Hello.
I share my screen today.
It's over there, top. Look at the wall. Look at the wall.
Okay.
Do you want to be on as well?
Ah. Okay, so can you put those slides up?
Okay.
Joe, can you talk? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Is your mic?
See you.
Is that picking properly?
This one's working, okay?
Yeah.
But then we don't hear Joe.
What input is doing?
I can see you, Mike.
Okay. Increase your computer volume. It's conflicted.
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
No, Joe, I can't hear you. You're trying something. We can see you as well if you want to. We just can't hear you. And if I unmute my speakers, then we get echo here. If I turn this on,
Can you hear me?
yeah. If it's open on this and open on that.
Yes, sometimes that happens.
But I don't necessarily need my computer because it's like a thing.
Try this.
Can you hear me?
Unmute.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Still picking it up.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Unless you turn your microphone off completely, you just use my laptop.
That's what I was trying to do.
Okay.
Still feeding back. It's still picking it up from your laptop.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Is it working? Can you hear me? Is it working? Test. Can you hear
I
me?
do not need to be streaming up myself because I think
You want the presentation, right?
the presentation is this one, so it's loaded in. But if I disconnect, can you put on that screen separate?
No.
You can't. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I have to-
right, I see.
I was thinking now, maybe we can hear you from your PC.
Yeah. We need to turn our microphone off when that happens. I can use this microphone. Okay.
So let's see.
Can you hear me?
Oh, you need to turn off the other microphone.
It's off. So, okay, this is not much. It's going to be
Can you hear me?
getting sick. No, it's not the system's fault, right? I'm getting feedback because I'm doing something.
Can you hear me? Going full screen. It's working.
Yeah. No, I'm not projecting from here. He is projecting.
Oh, is it from that side?
Yeah.
Okay, tell him to go full screen just a second. Who is this?
Okay, now, this
Wait.
guy.
Okay, this is his own camera, not here.
Yeah, this is Germany. This guy. Okay.
Yeah, I'm listening.
This guy, take him off. There's a presentation on the list. Take him off. There's a presentation that he loaded.
Don't worry, I'll manage it from that side. I will put him on his presentation. I will know when he's speaking.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, please crank the volume up again.
I will put him on his presentation. I will know when he's speaking.
Oh, I'm picking. So why is it picking it from here?
You need to check the audio settings.
Is it picking it from there?
The camera right there. It has nothing to do with you.
Yeah, but I'm having a problem with feedback.
So what will happen is that whenever he's speaking,
Is it working? Is it working? Can you hear me?
Switch off the microphone.
Okay.
But this is off, I believe.
Yeah, then it shouldn't.
I've switched off both microphones.
So this is you.
Okay,
So
yeah.
I think maybe the speaker over there needs to set off as well.
No.
Okay, but if I only
Then we close here.
Okay, now
Close
it's
here.
Yeah, but still, if you won't say anything, every time you say something, it will feedback.
it's picking up somewhere.
Try speaking. Can you please speak again? Can you hear me?
Yes, then
Is it working?
I think it's just a move on.
Is that you?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you when you're
I'm
talking.
taking the sound from there.
I can't hear now. Can you hear me?
And your mics are off. Both of them are off.
Off.
Yeah.
There's something
Maybe it's the PC. The laptop mic is on.
Something you fix on your setting from ACO to something else. Because whenever I used to have feedback problems on my computer, I had to change it from FM ACO to real-time audio. It's something as simple as settings on the computer.
Can you hear me?
Only thing is that's on that computer, so it's more
Is this working?
simple like stuff.
Is this working? Can you hear me?
It's in the audio settings of your computer.
Can you hear me?
I know that feedback problem.
Is it working?
I had a report artist. It's not sure. It's something you think on your mind.
Is it working?
Nowadays, man.
Is this working? Can you hear me?
Should we put something down there?
It's something you fix on this, man. Not that one.
You put me in, I think it's one that I know, yeah. That's the one side.
Charge.
It needs charge, yeah.
It's cool.
Sorry for all the reasons.
Can you hear me? Working? Is this working? Can you hear me?
I think we can't have two speakers.
It's something you fix on this Mac. You change the settings from the speaker on this Mac. That's how you
Is it working?
That one off?
Mic is off. That computer is not connected to the system, only on video.
Is this working?
You can change it. To the sound card.
code and it's split over here.
Yes. I can show you the settings. Whenever you want from switch off speaker here. Can you hear me? Is it working? I can't hear anything, but can you? Is it working? I can't hear you now for some reason. I can't hear you. I was hearing you just fine, now I can't. But I think you can hear me now, right?
Yeah.
Now I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can you hear us now?
Now I can hear you. Now I can hear you. Can you hear me? Is it working? Is it working?
Okay, talk to him.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay, so this is working now.
I can. Can you hear me?
Okay, then we go live. So this.
Okay,
To the audience.
hold on.
Can
Hold
you
on.
hear me? Is it working?
Can I ask you to talk back? Please talk back to us.
Is it working? Can you hear me, Mike?
We can just
I can hear you, but very softly.
I can hear
Okay.
you. I can hear you.
Okay.
But you can't hear us.
I can hear you. But
Thank
the
you.
mic is not working.
Yeah, I'm not working. Yeah, I think this isn't working at all. You can hear
Yeah,
me online.
yeah, please switch it on. It's off.
It's on. It's outside the testing.
The mic on the mic is not working.
What can I say? Never working. Okay. This one? Testing. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Right, we put the slides up somehow then. This is the next button.
No, it says that it's switching you when one of us.
The slides are in.
Okay, someone is listening. When you talk on the mic, it's
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, put the slides on.
Yeah, there you go.
Perfect. Great. So, apologies for the delay. Are we streaming online okay? So we're just going into event yet? Yeah? Great. So the delay, there's a lot of different problems then, hopefully fixed now. So what we're going to talk about is working across wikis. So by this I mean Wikidata, Commons, and Wikipedias in general. This is kind of a follow-on talk from last year, where Navigator we were talking about if you want to become a Wikipedia admin on the Wikipedia, what do you need to do? and we're explaining some of the processes around that and complications with English Wikipedia in particular, but also extends to other big Wikipedias. And after that, I really wanted to come back and say, here's a different way of working completely, which avoids the problem completely. And I think this is a better workflow. This is actually the workflow I'm using in my day-to-day life for editing as well. So it's something I really want to share and encourage. So myself and Joe are both from Wikimedia in Brazil. I'm also from Wikimedia Foundation trustees, but I've not got that happening at the moment. Don't have. Okay, control this. So what I want to talk about to start with is Wikidata. It's going to be a bit basic if you already know Wikidata, but we'll get into more things shortly. So Wikidata is basically, it's a very fast growing Wikimedia project. It's an open collaborative knowledge base for information. It's really relevant for academic and cultural contributions, so monuments, buildings, things like that. I think there's a huge scope with it for improving documentation of Africa and other underrepresented areas that are just not on the internet at the moment, we don't even know about. This is what a Wikidata item looks like, very briefly. So each item has a QID, and so it's referred to by a number, not necessarily the label. That means you can have multilingual labels. So you can define all the different languages here. And so this one's got English only at the moment. It should really have French, Portuguese, and others. And so please do that then. And this is obviously a wiki, so anyone can edit it. And it has sets of inter-wiki links. So if there's a wiki article, a comments category, there's a link to Wikidata item. And that's really important for reasons we'll come to later. And it also has very simple link statements. So you can say this is an instance of a Wiki Indaba, or conference, or building, or something like that. Very basic information. You can say country is South Africa. And better there as well, you can also say this is a reference to this, which is also really important. You can put all that information into Wikidata in a nice way. That looks completely different from Wikipedia editing for reasons coming to later. It's a nice, simple setup. And then for each different object, you create a new item. There's notability guidelines for Wikidata, so you have to meet one of these three criteria. It has to either have a valid site link to project on the Wikimedia project. It has to be a clearly identifiable concept or material entity, so a big building or a concept which is well documented. And you have to support that with references so you can. And it fulfills a structural need. So for example, you're editing about a person and they are married to someone who you know their name. You can create a data item for that person and link to it as partner, or sometimes with family trees and things like that as well, if it's a notable family. Those are very broad. In practice, anything with a link to Wikipedia article is fine, there's no problem with that. If it's just linking to comments, it can be a bit more tricky, particularly if it's a person linking to a comments category that self-uploaded, it becomes a problem. But things like statues, monuments, parks, roads, big buildings, things like that, they're all generally okay as long as you've got comments category linked. So that's kind of where I really believe with data and comments together is a really powerful partnership. In general, if it contains a coordinate and it's somewhere where people are likely to go, then it's probably going to be fine. So if it's a statue, even if there's no other articles about it online at all, you can still put photos of the statue on, put them on the Wikidata item, and that'll be fine, because people will want to go and see that. If it's an item about a person, it's going to be much more tricky because you need to show notability. Basically, all Wikimedia projects get a flood of self-promotion. People coming along and saying, I'm notable, and put my photos on covers, great Wikidata article, great Wikipedia article. And they're not notable. They're just doing it for advertising, and they get deleted. And that causes problems when you're coming along and wanting to do serious work documenting these people who are notable. You have to explain why in a more elevated way than you do with other things. But if you go with monuments or statues and things like that, it's very simple. Well, and copyright, that's no problem. So Wikipedia articles versus Wikidata items, there's similarities. So they're both better with references. And there's both better with cross-linking between related items. So if it's part of a series, for example, you can link to previous ones, or you can link to a set of monuments or a place where the monuments are, things like that, in a very structured linking way. But they're often not the same that Wikidata is a lot more granular. So it's almost like if you want to build a list of, this is tallest buildings in Johannesburg around here, you see towards translation just around the corner from us. Each of those would have a Wikidata item separately, would have a combined one for all of them. And the same thing goes for everything else you might want to create a list with. So Wikidata is almost like a list flow or an info box of contents, not so much an article. There's various ways to get content into Wikidata. So you can create Wikidata items individually, which is actually how often I'm doing it. It takes time, but you can get there. You can add Wikidata info box I'll come to later onto the comments category, and that will give you a creating item link, which will save you a little bit of work. And those are all one by one. If you get sets of information, like for Wikileaks monuments, you get a list of monuments, and you want to create a Wikidata item for all of those. You can also do that using tools like quick statements, which is like a comment separated variable file import, like an Excel file import, that lets you set a whole load of new items or also update existing items. Or there's tools like PyWikiBot, which I also use a lot, where you can split tools, you can ingest content to create new items. There's also OpenRefine, which is a useful tool, I think mostly in terms of journals, but also I think more widely than that. So there are ways where you can do this much more quickly in a more advanced way, but it helps to go through the manual process to start with, understand that, and build up to more automated ways. And there's lots of people out there that can help you with this as well. Worst case, come and find me or Joel, and we can put you into the right direction. You can also do gamification. So if you've got a list of edits you think are probably going to be right, you're not entirely sure you can put them into a game. So one of the things I do is I have a script which looks for new Wikipedia articles that aren't linked to on Wikidata, and that automatically puts them into a game. So it searches on Wikidata for every new article you create on Wikipedia. It will see if it can find a match, and if it does find a match but it's not sure about it, it will put it into this game. And you can just use this on your mobile phone or on a computer or whatever, and go through these and say, yes, that's the right match, no, that's the wrong match. At the, I think it was one of the recent Wikimanias, I was talking to people from Dabani Wikipedia, and they said they've created a whole load of new Wikipedia articles, which aren't linked to Wikidata. So I pulled them into this, and there's about 15,000 of these articles which are waiting to be linked up. The problem is, Dagbani is not a Google Translate, so it's difficult to help with remotely. So if you know Dagbani, please go and play this game. And also, if your local language Wikipedias want to let me add into the system, please do let me know. It's very easy for me to add more into this. And the idea is, if there's a possible match in Wikidata, we look for the matches and say yes or no. It's kind of come up with some really random matches. This might be the right person, I'm not entirely sure. Some are clearly wrong, you can easily ignore. So I can't pop do this, but if these are cleared and we know yes, there are matches that are lit, or no, they're not matches, we can create a new item. It's a more structured process. You can also do this with lots of other different things. So I'm making comments categories with, there's games there for glam work, so input the opening hours for local museums, or location of museums, or is this the right image to use? There's a whole lot of things you can do there, as long as you've got a list of maybe 60% accurate matches that you can put in and let people play them. Okay, I want to hand over to Joel for at least this slide, if I can.
Okay, can you hear me, everyone? Is it working?
Yeah.
Okay, so first of all, good morning from my side of the world. I'm speaking here from São Paulo, Brazil, and I'm really very happy to be joining Wiki Indaba today. And I've been watching a little bit of the conference, and congratulations on this wonderful event. So my main contribution, I hope this is useful for people attending, is to look at Wikidata and this integration across Wikimedia projects from an affiliate perspective, and how we can build through this integration more efficient and significant projects, especially around community building and cultural sharing, that are done in a way that bring more value across partnerships and also through community engagement. And I wanted to bring this slide because what I'm going to speak later on, I think it's the session on affiliate, is a little bit further in the presentation, is that what you're gonna hear today from Mike and from myself is first well documented. So this is part of a paper that Mike, myself, and others have written on how we've been using these projects to further the quality of contributions from the perspective of Brazil. But more importantly, and this relates to this documentation, is that Wikidata is an easy, cheap way of decentering efficient, significant contribution through the Wikimedia movement in poorer countries. So just like South Africa, Brazil is not in the global north, we are a global majority. And we've been using these projects to make our work more efficient. And I hope I can convey this experience to you a little bit further away. You can go back.
Okay. Thank you. So I wanted to mention a bit about commons as well. So commons categories, or commons media to start with. Anything that you can put on commons has to be for an educational purpose. But that can be a huge range of different things. So pictures of buildings, objects, events, notable people, there's a lot of things. And it's not just photos, it's also videos, audio, 3D models, and all different formats that can be used to illustrate Wikipedia's, but in general can be used for educational purposes, which goes beyond Wikipedia. And commons categories are a way of structuring commons so you can find information on it related to a particular topic. It's very different from Flickr, where you might Google for bird. This is more if you want a picture of a Canarian sparrow or something like that, very specific, or this particular building, which you wouldn't normally find on Flickr or something like that, you can find by having a commons category on commons. So you can create them for notable places or people or monuments, and where there are multiple images on commons. So if you have 2 or 3 images, that's probably the minimum, ideally more than that. And if there's a Wikipedia article that already exists, which is illustrated, the corresponding commons category for that is really useful. So lets people explore around that Wikipedia article and find more content. One thing in particular that's changed on commons in the last 5 years, this is actually because of my time when I was living in Sao Paulo, that I was getting, I was finding a lot of information in Portuguese about monuments on commons, but not really understanding it at the time. And I wanted to find a multilingual way of working on commons that would let us work together across different languages to share information. And info boxes turned out to be a really nice way of doing that, because Wikidata is inherently multilingual. So we ended up with a small info box that's added to all commons categories into Wikidata items, which is now over 5 million. And it's designed so it's off to one side, it's not hiding the category content, like that, it's augmenting it and giving information about it. It's all on Wikidata, there's nothing locally stored about it, so it's just coded literally Wikidata info box, and that's it. And that will then pull up this info box you see on the right as an example. This is in Portuguese. If you set commons to whichever language you prefer, it will work for that language. And if you translate values on Wikidata, it will automatically show up in this as well. The Wikidata translation is really important for Wikimedia. And it shows you the basic information on Wikidata in the info box format. So you've got the images, you've got the properties, you've got authority control, there's one showing for Wiki Indaba here. And you can add more information there. In particular, it shows you the images. So you can look at the commons category and say, well, we've got this really good image of this building, but there's no image on Wikidata. Let's add it. Or, okay, this picture of during daylight, we also like pictures, let's add that. Or satellite images, or images of entrances. You can really enrich Wikidata with a whole set of images. And they'll also show up in the info box and on other Wikipedias down the line. And this is very much community developed, because it's always asked, we're always looking for more community input, things that don't work right in this, ways we can improve it. So please do suggest things. And just to show the range of different things you can look at. So this is telescopes. Lydia is one of the main people in Wikidata. So that's showing, I think that's in Indonesian, maybe in German. Yeah, German, I think. Or Rambird is this telescope I work on in Tenerife, which is a Japanese telescope, so this is all in Japanese. As long as you set the language you're working with, it interrupts the head and just show you in your language. It's really powerful. And also, if it's not linked to a Wikidata item, if you just added that Wikidata interrupts to a commons category not linked to Wikidata, it will show you this. Say you want to search for it, see if you can find a match or create a new item. We started half an hour late, so we're doing half an hour.
Because the other ones are waiting. Okay. Okay, all right, yeah. You can take your time. Fine, we'll look for the other side.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry.
So you said it's half an hour late.
We were pushed back by the previous session in here. So
all right.
I don't know what happened exactly.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay. So yeah, if you're not into a Wikidata item, you can put the info box there and click on these links. If you can't find an item on Wikidata, click on that, it'll automatically link it to the commons category. So it saves you time. And there's also structured data on commons, which is basically Wikidata embedded into commons. It's a different purpose. So the structured data on commons is for describing a file. So it holds the camera information, copyright, location of a photograph, and everything like that, and what it depicts. So you can say it depicts this monument, and then you can use templates like our photo, which will go and take look up that monument on Wikidata using the value you've given it, pull all that information from Wikidata and show it in the file page. So you end up with, rather than just a standard info box below the image, you get object and photograph. And this information about the object is all text from Wikidata. I know this is very small on the screen, you don't need to quite saying, it's just to get the point across. That's all from Wikidata directly. And then this is at the bottom is what's locally found all in structured data. So this is a new thing that's slowly getting more and more there. Basically it was installed, that was mostly the project for creating it. And now the community is slowly transitioning to using that. So you expect to see this more over time. At the moment you mostly see it with, when you're uploading, you're asked to put in some descriptions of what the image is. And if you can put them in different languages, then that will automatically go through into the information template. So if you see structured data from comments, use it. If you don't know about it yet. Okay, I want to hand back to Joel for the next session.
Okay, thank you, Mike. So now I'm gonna talk a little bit about the power of data and the power of this integration of Wikidata when you think about activities through the perspective of your affiliate or your community in collective settings, collective actions. And the main theme I'm gonna cover is perhaps Wikidata is the full solution to making your experience more efficient, more significant, or is definitely part of the solution. So if you can pass mic. Thanks. So Wikidata, for instance, makes photo walks way more significant in their capacity of bringing value to Wikimedia projects. So we are able, through Wikidata and this app called WikiShootMe, to identify monuments, for instance, or other points of interest that are geolocated on a map, and you can identify where you are and guide your photo walks based on the dots that are identified here in red, which means they don't have a picture yet. And you can filter these points of interest as the map is identifying here to establish a path for these photo walks. And of course, the main challenge here, and this could be part of a project you could work on, is to establish a process to bring the coordinates of the points of interest. Of course, this information needs to be on Wikidata, and you need to have information with references in order to make these kinds of maps. And you can see that the difference between Johannesburg and this city in Brazil, Santos, is the fact that we've been using Wikidata to make pictures of points of interest. So you have in the Brazilian image more blue and green dots than red dots because they already have an image. So I invite everyone in Wiki Indaba itself to take a look and eventually organize a spontaneous photo walk and improve content through WikiShoot.me on this map. We can go, map.
On the green dot in the middle of that. So you see if they land.
You can move to, yeah. And I know many countries from Africa have engaged with Wiki Loves Monuments. I don't know if people in the room are very active through Wiki Loves Monuments, but if you look at the current results of Wikidata, of Wiki Loves Monuments, you'll see two countries that are way above the others this time. The first being Italy. That's easy. Every picture they take has a monument. I can take a picture in my house. It has a monument, at least officially. And the second one is Brazil. And Brazil has way less monuments than many European countries. But the main difference is we have been, just like Italy actually, building our Wiki Loves Monuments campaign through Wikidata, which means we are able to identify and to move our communities all over Brazil to take pictures of monuments we really need pictures of through a Wikidata powered application that identifies again which monuments we need to have pictures of and what kind of image we have a need for, as Wikidata has many properties for images of monuments. And I think a lesson here, and I think this is interesting from the case of Brazil, is that we've been working with municipal governments and sometimes state governments so that they can provide us with updated lists of monuments to be documented. This is pretty easy to set up, and this can be set up in all contexts. So you just need basically to establish a partnership and work through Wikidata for an application. You can then use this integration with Commons, and there is a template here called Monument ID, in which you can easily identify which images have been uploaded and need to be used on Wikidata. And this has led to incredible impact in terms of diversity of contributions, because, and this is again something that we are very committed to in Brazil, we always consider as monuments as well what we call participatory inventories of monuments. Because if we were only to rely on the official definition of monuments, we would be only depicting colonial constructions, buildings. But we are also very considerate of monuments that are bottom up, developed by communities themselves, and that people from their different localities consider to have cultural value. And they are, as long as there is a reference, we are including this as a monument, so to speak. And again, this can be very easily adapted to any context. And again, from the perspective of Brazil, we are very happy to support if there is interest from anyone from your community. Can move, Mike, please. And again, I will share a reference to a process that we've been very connected with, which is to provide for now many years advanced training on Wikidata. This is always streamed. Most of them are in English, though some are in Portuguese, in which we are building through examples of project skills for Wikimedia editors on how to use Wikidata with a focus on project building. So you have sessions on the use of Wikidata for infographics, the use of Wikidata for Wikilove's monuments, the use of Wikidata for info boxes, the use of Wikidata for photo walks. So basically everything that I've covered here today from the perspective of an affiliate has led to this hands-on practice, which we've called Wikidata Labs. And they are, most of them recorded. They are not recorded when we didn't have capacity for recording, but now we do. So I really invite you to get to know this content. This is completely replicable in your context. And very importantly, this has been an opportunity from the Brazilian perspective to establish connection for partnerships with universities and GLAM institutions, because both universities and cultural institutions are really very interested in Wikidata. As Mike has said, this is a fast-growing project, and it has brought a lot of attention, not only for individual contributors, but also for institutions. So I would say most of the most important universities in Brazil now have dedicated part of their outreach activities to Wikidata. So we have Wikidata in residence. We even had recently a full Wikidata PhD in biomedicine. So this has brought a lot of attention, and I really think this is a good opportunity for partnership building for the Wikimedia movement in your different contexts. We can move on. And of course, as I was mentioned, this is a cornerstone for GLAM partnership, cultural partnerships. And as Mike said about Wikidata notability, I would say 100% of painting collections from museums belong into Wikidata. And there is even a project called the Sum of All Paintings, in which we are bringing really the sum of all paintings, but most museum artifacts are generally also compatible with Wikidata notability criteria. We normally from Brazil organize GLAM partnerships in a sequence of projects that start with outreach into the institution, and then establishing a formal partnership, then looking at their collections through our legal analysis and copyright guidelines, as you cannot just bring anything to Commons, at least, and even Wikidata. But then the third point here, digitization and upload pipeline and content use initiatives and metrics, these two steps in our process of GLAM methodology are done through Wikidata. And I think this is very powerful, because what cultural institutions don't want is to bring their collection to what could be seen as an outside drive, a folder. Wikicommons is not a drive for a repository for content that won't be used. They want their content to be on Wikipedia, on Commons, info boxes, on Wikidata. They want to see value. And Wikidata is automated value, because you create the item, you upload on Commons, and you match these things. And eventually, just by doing that, a collection could reach like millions of views in a month. And this is completely automated. And this has completely changed the way in which we are building GLAM partnerships. And this makes not only the process relevant for institutions, but it's also especially relevant for small cultural institutions that have a tough opportunity to reaching digital visibility. Just like I would say in your context, in many African countries, in Brazil, museums and archives and libraries are very small institutions in general. And they normally have one staff person, and this person is not necessarily able to work on digital outreach if they are struggling to keep their institution not collapsing, or they're fixing the roof or cleaning the toilet. And Wikidata and the community have embraced these institutions to support this really cost-free, efficient way of digitally disseminating content for small institutions, especially because rich institutions, they exist in Brazil, they exist in other contexts. They often can do it by themselves, but small institutions are our focus here. We can go now.
Okay, thanks very much. So it's back to me now. So roughly what we've seen so far is Wikidata is really important, Commons is really important, they link well together, they're linking well with cloud institutions and cloud work and online activities and offline as well. What I want to cover as well is integration with Wikipedias using Wikidata. So I think that it's really important to start from Wikidata. It's a really friendly community, a really lot easier way to interact with Wikimedia to start with. And then you can grow from there. You can add comments and get photos of something. You can use photos of buildings to demonstrate, look, this building exists, or this monument exists, it's notable. Even if it's not within a newspaper, you can still show that with a photo. You can then go to local language Wikipedias first, which are going to be a lot easier to interact with than English Wikipedia and bigger ones. And you can set up articles there. You can build that up using info boxes, using Wikidata, using Listeria and authority control, which are drawing from Wikidata in an intrinsically multilingual way. So you don't have any problems with using Wikidata in your language, hopefully, or you can translate things as needed. And expand that then with context and references. And by that point, you've got Wikidata, you've got Commons, you've got Wikipedia articles. Then you come to Wikipedia, English Wikipedia or French Wikipedia and say, look, this is already notable by these different Wikipedia or Wikimedia Google projects. And let's create an article here and link to those and show and use the references you built up to show it's notable. I was listening to a talk this morning about Bobby, who was saying that he was writing Wikipedia articles that are picked up by media and shown in other news stories and things like that. So that helps build up the notability over time for things which have been missed out by the mainstream media so far. It just puts you in a much better position to start with than if you just jump to English Wikipedia and say, we want an article on this, we've got no photos, we've got no coordinates, we're just going to put information on there. It's going to get deleted because Wikipedia is used to getting English Wikipedia is used to getting a lot of things coming in all the time. It has to triage, and it gets caught in that triage. But if you've gone through all the process first, you've demonstrated already. And just to show briefly Wikipedia info boxes, so this is very similar to what you can do on Commons, and they're kind of more complicated because there's lots of different info boxes on Wikipedia, whereas Commons is just one for everything. Consensus about how to do these depends on Wikipedias. So Catalan Wikipedia, for example, has got a very wide deployment of Wikipedia info boxes. English Wikipedia is tricky, to put it politely. Others can be very mixed. But there are things like DataBox or Wikidata info boxes you can also use on Wikipedias that can work in local languages and can be very useful. And this is an example, I think, from Portuguese Wikipedia, where there's a specific template for that type of article, but it's pulling all from Wikidata. And this also really helps disseminating information as well. For if you take a picture and put it on Wikidata and it's got linked to Wikipedia articles with Wikidata info boxes, the image goes straight onto those Wikipedias. So there's been instances where I've been visiting somewhere in Uruguay, somewhere like that, taking pictures of monuments. I put that picture onto Wikidata writer already exists, already has a Wikipedia article, but no one's taken a photo of it. And I don't have to add that photo to the article, it's automatically done. So it's scaling up the visibility of images very nicely. And generally includes cross-wiki interaction. When things go wrong with Wikidata, it tends to be people aren't seeing the information. If people see it, and then they'll say, oh, that's wrong, I'll go and fix it. And then it's sorted. So if you're using Wikidata more often in these cases, more people will see it, more people expand it. It really helps build up over time. I mentioned Wikidata powered lists earlier, and this is something that can be done with Listeria. So this is a bot that Spansk runs, and you can basically set a Wikidata query, which is querying Wikidata to get a list of items out of it. And there's services like Request a Query on Wikidata that are very useful for getting ideas. So you can go to them and say, I want a list of 12 buildings in Johannesburg, and I'll give you a query for it, or you can use Query Builder to build it out yourself. You can build those queries, you can put that into the templates, so Wikidata list templates, and then the Stewie bot will come and update that. As Wikidata updates, so does the list, which is really valuable when you work in a multilingual way. So, for example, in Portuguese Wikipedia, there's a list of people who disappeared during military dictatorship there, and there it's maintained by local Brazilians who are looking into that information, learning more about it, and can add that information in. And then if you're using that list on other Wikipedias, it'll automatically update. So it'll always give you the best information from Portuguese language in your language. And that's really powerful. Look at that another way. If you're editing lists of African monuments in any particular city, if these lists exist in other language Wikipedias, you're adding your content, it's being disseminated out across all these different Wikipedias in a very nice way. We're not there yet, I think, because it's still being accepted, but I'm hoping that's the direction of travel we'll see in the next 5 years. So to conclude and then give a bit of time for questions, we've got about 10 minutes left before we need to be out of the room. I think Wikidata and Commons combined is really, really powerful, and it's a great place to start on any topic, and there's huge amounts of scope for more African content there. If you then, once you've got that, create Wikipedia articles in local languages first, and scale up to bigger languages, your life will just be so much easier, so much nicer and enjoyable. And you can integrate Wikidata and Commons into affiliate activities. More African photos, please. If you go on a photo walk anywhere, odds are it's not well covered on Commons already. Photos with a mobile phone, that's great. If you've got a better camera, great, but even just a mobile phone, it's good. You can get a lot of valuable content there. You can preserve your history of your area on Commons for the future. It's really, really important, and there is a deadline for that because things do change over time, disasters do happen, and so on. So please do consider that. And also, Wikidata Labs are really great resource to learn more. There's that resource of over 40 that already existed, and you look at the size of these videos that already exist in multiple languages. And they're very simple to replicate and build up expertise in your different affiliates to learn more in the future. And I guess on the right is the idea of Africa powered by Wikidata. It'd be lovely to get to. So thanks for listening. Any questions for the last 10 minutes? And we need to pass the microphone around.
One, two. Where do you get more information about the game profile?
So if I can speak, can you hear me online as well? Joe, can you hear me? No, okay. I need my microphone, I think. Can you hear me now, Joe?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I do need the microphone. So if you look at this URL, wikidataGame.toolbar.org, and that has in distributed, you can see a whole list of different games, and there's links to the documentation there. If you get in contact with me, then I can put you towards example code for setting it up. So I've got on my personal server, I've got a database which I've got a Python script with queries for that to get matches and passes back information once the game's dealt with them. So it's a bit fiddly to set up with to start with. Once you figure it out, it works quite well. These slides also, I should mention, are on Wiki already. So if you go to the program, go to this session page, you can find the slides there. And you can also contact me and Joel at any point. Just leave a message on the page. I'm going to get back to you.
Last question. Are there tutorials on how to actually post the pictures and 3D models of anything that you take, like in a new location, like step by step?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I know there is a project that Asaf Bartov is leading, which is the African Fundle project, that is aimed at creating a lot of that documentation, and they run courses which you sign up with and do self-learning with that. So hopefully things like that will generate those, but others probably know more. I think it's something, if you ask kind of on the Wiki Indaba and the Telegram channel, people might know what it was. They probably do exist, I'm just not familiar with them.
I got this question about the tutorials, but mine will take you outside the Wiki platform that's on YouTube, because I know other organizations or committees do organize some more tutorials. So if you search for how to upload pictures or a particular kind of image on Commons, it will give you a list of videos from other organizations within the movements that have done some more tutorials. I just wanted to share something. So earlier on during the Lightning talks, I received a presentation about Wiki Labs movement and the fact that Africa seems to be going down in terms of contribution. And for me, I thought that we've covered most of the movements in the sense that, well, if it's mostly daytime pictures. But then coming to the session and then seeing the other aspects being the nighttime pictures, then I realized that, okay, so it's time for us to also contribute that kind or that style of monuments there, so that it's not just always the daytime pictures as well. Because I was traveling, and that is why I probably haven't really participated in the Wiki Labs monuments for some time now. And the last thing I wanted to add, or maybe I don't know if you could share some thoughts on. So I saw a Wikidata item that had an image as a statement, and it also has the Wikimedia Commons category as also a statement. And I was struggling. I was like, if we already have an image, was there a need to have the Wiki Commons category? But then after this session, I now understand why it's also important to add the Wikimedia Commons category. It could be that it's just one image, so it's okay for you to have the image. But then when you have more images within the category, then it's important to expose people to all the other images as well. So thank you.
Yeah, a couple of points in response to that. I think Jill might want to respond as well. So there's the multilingual sites links to Commons. These are the main ones that's usually in the box, because this is two-directional. So if you link to from Wikidata, it's also linked to from Commons back to Wikidata. If you see it as a property using this PC73, that doesn't, it's only one way, so the other box can't use that. I'm trying to get that removed because it's not really helpful anymore, it's a temporary solution. But I do have a box which copy over from that to the main link. But if you put multilingual sites, it's really good. The other thing I want to comment on with monuments in particular is make sure you get the details of it. Because I remember in Sao Paulo there was just really complex monument with different panels and things like that on it. But one of the panels said in Portuguese, this panel was stolen 20 years ago and we've looked for photographs of it and we can't find any. So we've had to put this notice in its place. And that's the best I can do. Because no one went and took a photo of that while it still existed, it was stolen and it no longer exists. So whenever I take a photo of a monument now, I don't take one. I take multiple going all the way around it, so you get all the different angles. Look for the plaques on it, take pictures of plaques, look for the artist's signature, look for them. And think, if something happened to this monument, could you reproduce it using your photographs? That is a good way of looking at it. The other thing is, we have a whole category on Commons for lost monuments, and in Sao Paulo there's quite a few, because people steal busts of famous people about that medal, because it's very valuable. Joe, did you want to add anything?
Mike, I couldn't hear the question, so I'm not sure.
Things in Africa are already been having photographs of old monuments on Wikipedia already. What can they do to expand on that to continue participating with those monuments?
Okay. So, well, this is a very good question, and I can just say from my experience is, again, the main issue is both established partnerships. I think when we think about our community, we think about the sum of individuals, but institutions are really relevant in terms of providing support and capacity for this community to be more effective in doing their work. And another point, another element is that when you are dealing with organizing collective action for content sharing and content production, is always connect with a topic for impact. What is underlying the answer Mike just brought is that culture has a deadline. What if you don't depict monuments right now, and this is the case of Brazil, and I know this happens in South Africa as well, cultural institutions will burn, monuments will be destroyed, and libraries will flood, and you lose everything. And this knowledge that was once available will just disappear. And this is the reality of the third world, that sometimes we need to act as if we were under an emergency bell. And this is one thing that has driven the community here is in Brazil, is the sense that there is urgency. And this drives, just like Mike was saying, the number of pictures we take. And to another perspective, we also consider, in the case of monuments, that we need to depict monuments at least every 5 years, so we can document what has happened with them and then make pressure on the government if they are vandalized, if they have been stolen, through a participatory civic engagement that relies on Wikimedia projects. And this brings purpose to this kind of activity. But this is just talking about monuments that can be done about human rights violations. So we've been sharing content on Wikimedia about very important state-led violations of human rights. And the content that we have uploaded has been taken down by the government officially and only exists on Wikidata, because the government doesn't want to provide public information on these human rights violations that we are now having on Wikidata. And this has transformed Wikidata into the only platform where this database for human rights violation during the Brazilian dictatorship still exists. And I think this is very powerful. And again, this is topic for impact.
I think we are now at time. So thanks very much for coming and listening. Hopefully this will be recorded and will be available online as well. The presentation deck is already online, as I mentioned. If you have any questions, do get in touch with me or Joel, and we can see what we can do to help. Thanks everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. And there is a group that needs to get into this room.
Yeah, I'm picking it now. Okay, good talk.
Like, we don't consider the possibilities of, like, consider the world war, or the possibilities of losing some heritages that we have right now. And we'll never get to see them and we'll take the pictures.
Yeah, it can be flat, it can be volcano.
That's what I'm saying. And consider how much we don't actually, as Africans, we don't actually take time to capture these No, but like, it's shocking how we don't actually take time to capture these things, you know?
Sorry, would you mind?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
I'm sorry. Kind of shows how self-centered we are.
I tried on some question there.
Oh, great. And
Thank you very much.
That's cool.
you can go ahead if you want.
1, 2.
Let's introduce email.
Which session? Come on. C'est celui-là qui gère la salle. Ah, il faut y
All right. Oh, yes.
Ah oui. Là, c'est bon, vous pouvez le dire.
Ahora, final mi programa, mais ahora cuando on est diffusé.
Sauf que les interprétations.
C'est pas grave.
Également pour la français.
Seulement en français.
S'il te plaît. It's okay. Où sont les autres français?
La francophone, c'est ce c'est pas le bon.
Et là-dessus.
J'ai besoin de ce livre-là. Donc,
Alfred, c'est pas clair.
Vous avez une réunion ici? C'est une session. C'est pas des ateliers.
Ok.
J'ai eu non, mais squatter la glace.
Ok.
Alors, bonne chance.
Merci.
oh, c'est difficile à lire.
C'est pas grave, l'essentiel, c'est de commencer par les amener un peu de fait. Oui, normalement.
Oui, ainsi que moi, ainsi que je.
Est-ce que vous pouvez le propos dans les zones de ma
Oui.
C'est ça commence quand? Do you need translation?
Bon, on est là, oui. Mais là,
Pourquoi tant de violence?
Frank Lattens, la Dieu.
Je comprends aussi.
Merci. Et puis, quand tu parles même toi,
c'est bon, elle parle des ateliers qui me disent.
Bonsoir à tous.
Bonsoir.
Soyez les bienvenus à cette session de cet après-midi. Et l'atelier ici serait uniquement en français. Et ça portera également sur l'impact des ateliers Wikimedia sur les contributeurs ou contributrices du Sénégal. Donc, en première partie, nous avons aussi, pour les panélistes, nous avons Fatima Ouri Sow de la communauté du Sénégal et Adjovi Essenam Foumi, eux tous qui sont aussi du Sénégal. Donc, nous allons leur donner la place afin qu'ils puissent également nous faire leur présentation et par la suite poser des questions. Donc, tous ceux qui sont aussi en ligne, qui voudraient poser aussi des questions, c'est le lieu aussi de les envoyer par le chatbot et nous ferons le relais de pouvoir leur transmettre pour qu'ils puissent aussi nous donner des réponses. Merci. Bonne session.
Donc, encore une fois, soyez les bienvenus à notre session. Nous allons vous parler des impacts des ateliers Wikipédia sur notre communauté. Vous apprendrez peut-être des choses, peut-être grâce à ce qu'on va présenter, vous aurez des questions et ces questions-là vont nous édifier nous tous. Donc, merci d'être là. Et donc, pour ce qui est du sommaire, on va faire une brève introduction. Après, il y aura les objectifs de l'ensemble des activités Wikimedia au Sénégal. Et on parlera des impacts, premièrement des impacts sur les personnes en tant qu'individus. Et parmi ces impacts-là, on parlera des compétences numériques et informationnelles que les personnes acquièrent lorsqu'elles viennent à nos formations. Et comment est-ce qu'ils deviennent des formateurs, des organisateurs d'événements, en passant par le fait qu'au début, ils étaient des participants. On parlera également des impacts pédagogiques, ensuite des impacts sur le leadership. Et pour la suite des impacts, on aura les impacts sur le patrimoine. Nos activités n'impactent pas seulement les individus, mais également la valorisation du patrimoine culturel sénégalais. Et ensuite, on vous parlera des résultats du questionnaire, parce qu'on a essayé de questionner un petit nombre de personnes de notre communauté pour évaluer les impacts que nos activités ont sur eux. Et on partagera des témoignages, et enfin, il y aura la conclusion. Et donc, comme introduction, en fait, les projets Wikimedia, comme nous tous qui sommes ici le savons, ce sont des plateformes collaboratives où toute personne peut venir, où qu'elle soit contribuer, si elle a accès à Internet ou non. Et ces plateformes-là sont en accès libre et à l'échelle mondiale, puisque
on peut y contribuer ou les lire où que nous soyons. Ce sont des ateliers nos activités sont des ateliers de contribution justement sur cette plateforme-là. Et nos activités ont pour but de renforcer les capacités de nos participants et également leur donne la possibilité d'apprendre à éditer ou à utiliser le numérique et aussi à utiliser les plateformes Wikimedia comme source d'information. Et les activités que nous faisons au Sénégal portent sur ces projets-là que nous avons listés en bas. Donc, pour l'instant, on fait du Wikidata, on fait du Wikipedia, du Wikisource, de Wikicode et également Wikimedia Commons. Et donc, notre présentation mettra en exergue les impacts en général de nos activités. On parlera également, comme je l'avais dit dans le sommaire, des témoignages des participants et des exemples concrets sur l'évolution des contributeurs au Sénégal. Et donc, quels sont réellement les objectifs des ateliers Wikimedia chez nous, là-bas? En fait, nos activités permettent d'avoir des contributions de qualité. Une personne qui connaît les projets Wikimedia, si elle n'est pas formée, elle peut contribuer sans avoir forcément connaître les règles de contribution. Parfois, cela peut amener à la suppression des articles créés par des novices, mais si elle suit nos sessions, elles peuvent savoir comment éditer de la bonne manière. Et donc, nos activités ont également pour but de transmettre des compétences. Quelles sont ces compétences-là? Ce sont des compétences numériques et techniques. Sur quoi? Sur ce qui est l'édition des articles et aussi le téléversement de photos. Tout à l'heure, on a parlé de comment c'est généralement à travers nos concours photos. Ils acquièrent également par nos activités l'utilisation et la compréhension des ressources d'information. En fait, nos activités leur donnent la capacité de rechercher des informations via Internet, de venir utiliser ces informations-là, sources-là, pour pouvoir documenter les articles Wikipédia. Et nos objectifs également, c'est de développer de nouvelles compétences éducatives. Je suis une personne lambda, j'ai peut-être fait l'école, mais je ne sais pas comment transmettre mes compétences à quelqu'un. Comment est-ce que je peux organiser une activité, gérer différents profils dans une salle. Et donc, nos activités également ont cet objectif-là d'aider les personnes à développer des compétences pédagogiques, tout en leur permettant de partager également leurs connaissances qu'ils auront acquises avec nous et de partager avec de nouvelles recrues. Je passe la parole à Fatima.
Merci beaucoup, Essena. Moi, je vais plutôt vous parler des impacts de nos activités sur les personnes, les participants qui viennent à nos activités. Nous allons parler premièrement des impacts sur les compétences numériques et informationnelles. En participant à nos activités, les contributeurs arrivent à avoir des compétences numériques qui leur permettent de s'approprier des outils comme Wikipédia, Wikimedia Commons et Wikidata qu'ils ne connaissaient pas auparavant. Et en ayant l'habitude de venir à nos sessions, ils ont des compétences numériques là-dessus. Même chose côté compétences informationnelles, grâce à la recherche d'informations fiables, ils ne sont parfois pas capacités à la recherche d'informations, nous les aidons là-dessus, ainsi que l'organisation et la vérification des sources, les sources qui sont très importantes pour nos articles. La gestion de l'information, il faut les organiser et les partager de manière efficace et accessible pour permettre à la communauté de les utiliser. Également, l'intégration des outils Wikimedia dans les programmes numériques éducatifs. Il y a beaucoup de programmes numériques au Sénégal. Et notre action leur permet d'avoir des aptitudes là-dessus. Du côté de l'impact sur l'évolution des profils des personnes, donc l'évolution des participants de contributeurs à recruteurs et formateurs, comme je l'ai aidé, comme vous l'avez aidé, grâce aux différentes compétences acquises lors des ateliers. Ce n'est pas en une session ou en deux sessions qu'on arrive à avoir toutes ces compétences, mais c'est tout un processus. Donc là, je vous lis quelques témoignages de nos collègues qui ont répondu à notre session, à notre questionnaire. Donc l'un nous dit j'oriente beaucoup d'amis ou de connaissances dans le cadre des contributions sur Wikimedia Commons et la compréhension des projets Wikimedia. Wikimedia Commons. L'autre nous dit au début, j'ai commencé en tant que participant et j'ai pris goût. Grâce à mon engagement, il m'a été demandé de prendre en charge la communication, ce que j'ai accepté. Aujourd'hui, en plus de gérer la com, je forme au téléversement de photos lors des concours et j'effectue moi-même des demandes de com pour organiser des campagnes. Donc, ce sont vraiment des participants qui ont beaucoup évolué. Du côté des impacts pédagogiques, grâce à nos activités, ils ont l'acquisition d'aptitudes à enseigner et la maîtrise des outils et techniques pédagogiques. La création de supports de formation. Donc, lors des sessions, on prépare le cours, on prépare la présentation. Et cette présentation-là, c'est un support qui sera mis à la disposition de la communauté. Le renforcement de la patience et de l'écoute. Former, faire apprendre quelque chose à quelqu'un, c'est pas évident, mais avec l'habitude, voilà, on apprend à être patient envers les participants. La maîtrise de la pédagogie active pour favoriser l'apprentissage participatif. La pédagogie active, c'est une méthode de pédagogie qui met le participant au centre. Le participant ne vient pas que pour écouter, mais en plus d'écouter, il vient pour participer en contribuant, en ajoutant du contenu dans nos plateformes. Les compétences en gestion de groupe, c'est pas évident de gérer un groupe avec l'habitude, c'est des compétences qu'on acquiert et qui sont vraiment utiles dans notre vie de tous les jours. Capacité d'adaptation des contenus selon les besoins ou les niveaux des apprenants. Avec l'habitude, on connaît les profils, les participants. Pour certains, il leur faut beaucoup de temps pour comprendre certaines choses. D'autres participants sont beaucoup plus réactifs, captent beaucoup plus rapidement les choses. Et voilà, on arrive à avoir cette capacité de connaître nos participants. Les impacts sur le leadership. Capacité à drainer, gérer, motiver et impliquer les participants potentiels et présents. Donc, il faut vraiment, on arrive vraiment à les faire bouger, à les impliquer dans nos activités. Aptitude en gestion de projet. Donc, grâce à nos activités Wiki, on arrive à gérer un projet du début à la fin et c'est des choses qu'on ne savait pas faire auparavant. Et il faut également avoir une vision claire pour orienter les projets collaboratifs, planifier les choses bien à l'avance pour pouvoir établir des projets rentables dans le futur. La gestion des conflits et des dynamiques de groupe qui parle d'organiser une session de travail ensemble, parle de conflits. Donc, avec le temps, parfois c'est difficile, que ce soit entre les participants, que ce soit entre les organisateurs, mais on arrive tout le temps à trouver une solution pour pouvoir gérer les conflits. Forte capacité d'écoute pour comprendre les besoins. Donc, on est vraiment ouvert et disponible avec les participants. Ils peuvent nous écrire, ils peuvent nous appeler pour pouvoir connaître leurs besoins. Délégation efficace des tâches pour encourager la co-construction des savoirs. Au début, on faisait tout. À la longue, on s'est rendu compte qu'on ne pouvait pas tout faire, mais en déléguant, en donnant, selon les aptitudes des uns et des autres, en leur donnant des tâches, on arrive à impliquer tous les membres de la communauté. Aptitude à nouer des partenariats, à écrire des lettres, se rapprocher des institutions, prendre des rendez-vous avec eux, discuter avec eux. C'est des aptitudes qu'on acquiert grâce à nos activités. Du côté des impacts sur le patrimoine. Okay. Alors, la valorisation du patrimoine culturel local. Grâce à nos activités, nous arrivons à documenter et à partager le patrimoine sénégalais via les projets Wikimedia, notamment lors des concours photos, comme Wiki Loves Africa. La mise en valeur des sites culturels et historiques. On a de beaux sites culturels et grâce aux activités, aux sorties photos, on arrive à les mettre sur les plateformes Wiki. La production locale, que ce soit artisanale, les métiers, les cordonniers, les couturiers, entre autres, grâce à nos activités, on arrive vraiment à impacter le patrimoine culturel. Pareil pour la valorisation du patrimoine naturel. on fait des activités pour faire connaître les zones protégées et les sites naturels du Sénégal, que les gens ne connaissent pas forcément, mais on arrive à les accompagner pour qu'ils découvrent ces zones et qu'ils puissent mettre ces informations sur vos commandes Wikipédia. Et c'est là où on va poursuivre.
Et donc, on vous a dit tout à l'heure que nous avions questionné des personnes de notre groupe. Et donc, on a choisi une population de 10 personnes. Et donc, elles sont majoritairement féminines parce que dans le user group du Sénégal, on a plus de femmes que d'hommes. Les personnes qui ont également répondu au questionnaire, ce sont à 70% des personnes issues du milieu du professionnel de l'information documentaire. Ça va aussi du fait que Fatima et moi, nous sommes professionnels de l'information documentaire, c'est-à-dire bibliothécaires ou archivistes. Et l'endroit le premier où on va recruter des personnes, justement, c'est nos collègues ou au sein de notre association. Et ils sont là depuis quand? Pour 40% d'entre eux, ils sont là depuis 2 ans. Ils nous accompagnent. Et quelle est la stratégie par laquelle ils viennent au mouvement Wikimedia du Sénégal? C'est la technique du bouche à oreille, vous le voyez à 80%. C'est pour cela que dans nos communautés, il ne faudrait pas que nous négligions les personnes qui sont les plus proches de nous. Et généralement, c'est « Ah, vous faites ça, pourquoi vous faites ci ?» Ah bah, si tu veux savoir, viens, on a une conférence, on a une formation, et parfois c'est comme ça que les personnes restent avec nous. Et donc, sur quel projet ils contribuent le plus? Bah, nous avons remarqué que pour 100% d'entre eux, ils contribuent tous sur Wikimedia Commons. Ce qui nous-mêmes nous fait comprendre que ce sont les projets dont Fatima parlait tout à l'heure, Wikilox Africa, Wikilox Earth, qui ramènent plus de personnes et c'est à ces moments-là que plus les personnes elles contribuent. Ils ont également dit qu'ils ont appris et qu'ils ont eu plusieurs compétences, lesquelles, c'est toujours sur Wikimedia Commons, parce qu'ils ont, pour les 90%, appris à téléverser des images sur Wikimedia Commons. Ils ont également créé ou modifié des articles sur Wikipédia, et là, c'est 50% d'entre eux. Ils disent également, 80% d'entre eux disent que en participant à nos activités, ils ont amélioré ou acquis des compétences numériques. Moi-même, en tant que participante et aujourd'hui en tant que lead de communauté, j'ai également appris beaucoup ou acquis beaucoup de compétences numériques, donc les autres aussi, c'est de la même manière. Et ils ont aussi dit, 90% d'entre eux disent que c'est grâce à nos activités qu'ils ont connu le mouvement Wikimedia. Et on aura demandé, est-ce que le fait de participer à notre activité leur a permis d'avoir une capacité de leadership? Ils ont répondu également à 90% que oui, en travaillant avec la communauté, en collaborant en fait, ils ont acquis des capacités en leadership. Et aussi, Fatima a lu un témoignage tout à l'heure qui prouve que lorsqu'ils viennent à nos activités, ils apprennent, ils ne désertent pas. Il y a certains qui partent, oui, mais il y a ceux qui restent et qui, eux aussi, recrutent de nouvelles personnes tout en partageant leurs connaissances avec eux. Et ils ont également dit à 100% que nos activités leur ont permis de renforcer leur engagement envers la valorisation du patrimoine sénégalais. Wikilox Earth nous permet d'aller visiter les sites naturels du pays, des lieux où ils ne seront forcément pas allés si nous n'avons pas organisé ces événements-là. Et parfois, les articles de ces sites-là n'existent pas sur Wikipédia et nous les créons après aussi notre passage. Et ce qui donne un poids à notre engagement par rapport à la culture ou de l'existence de notre pays. Et également, nous leur avons demandé quel est l'impact que nous avons sur eux, ou le user group a sur eux. Ils ont dit justement qu'il y a un impact positif. Ils sont 90% à le dire. Donc, je laisse la parole à Fatima pour les témoignages.
Merci, et c'est bien. Donc, je poursuis avec quelques témoignages poignants des répondants. L'un d'eux nous dit, dans le cadre du concours Afro-Creative Wiki Project Livestream, j'ai beaucoup contribué sur Commons et Wikidata pour l'amélioration de la culture cinématographique au Sénégal. Donc ça rejoint le patrimoine sénégalais. Lors du projet Wikilove Earth, nous avons visité la forêt de Kokongi et avons pris des photos de la nature avec différentes plantes qui ont été téléversées et documentées pour permettre aux utilisateurs de mieux connaître l'origine et la source de l'image. Donc ça concerne la valorisation du patrimoine naturel de notre pays. La séance de contribution sur Wikipédia dans le cadre de la campagne Wikiloves Africa. Au cours de cet atelier, nous avons relié des photos montrant des artistes sénégalais en pleine activité. Ainsi, nous pourrons dire que ces images peuvent servir de documentation pour des recherches sur les activités artisanales au Sénégal, qui sont parfois difficiles à retrouver. Grâce à nos campagnes, nous arrivons à avoir cette documentation en ligne. Oui, j'ai beaucoup gagné en matière d'administration, de relations et de communication grâce au projet Wikimedia auquel j'ai participé. Donc, chez nous, la communication, on intègre beaucoup de personnes à la communication puisqu'il y a beaucoup à faire et nous essayons vraiment d'être présents sur les réseaux sociaux. Voilà, merci beaucoup de votre attention.
Donc, de par notre présentation, vous auriez compris que nos activités, aussi peut-être minimes qu'elles soient, nous avons un impact et on a un retour. Nous sommes contents, la communauté est contente parce que c'est un fruit de nos efforts, de nos nuits sans sommeil. Et peut-être que chez vous également, vous avez des retours aussi positifs et que vous avez aussi des impacts sur votre communauté. On espère pouvoir continuer à impacter notre communauté, autant sur les personnes, parce que nous aussi, nous en apprenons beaucoup, mais aussi sur notre environnement et amener plus de personnes. Donc, Murakoze, Matondo, Shukran.
Merci. Est-ce que vous avez des questions?
Ma première, déjà, félicitations pour la présentation. Première des choses, on aurait aimé voir la communauté du Sénégal. On a une photo, je pense. En tout cas, on a une idée de qui est là, qui fait. Mais déjà, félicitations. Deuxième chose, vous avez parlé de la gestion du conflit. Vous savez, dans toute nos communautés, on fait face. Vous particulièrement, qu'est-ce que vous avez rencontré et que vous aimeriez partager avec nous ici? Comment est-ce que vous avez pu gérer ça? Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Ta question me fait sourire parce que très récemment, j'ai eu à faire face à un contributeur qui m'a menacé. Il m'a dit, Madame, généralement quand on fait des sorties photos, soit on fait le téléversement sur le lieu. Mais parfois, les lieux dans lesquels nous allons ne nous permettent pas d'uploader les photos parce qu'il n'y a pas de connexion. Soit on les regroupe à un endroit, un jour T, pour faire le téléversement, ou soit on essaie de donner une petite contribution pour leur permettre d'uploader. La personne n'étant pas contente de la somme qu'on a allouée qu'on donne à tout le monde, il m'appelle pour me dire, Madame, moi je vais supprimer les photos. Parce que lui, je ne vois pas pourquoi ces photos-là, vous les téléversez et pourquoi je vous les donne. Je lui explique, mais vous savez, les photos que vous mettez sur Internet, ça contribue à la valorisation du territoire sénégalais et ce n'est pas pour moi. Je vous avoue que la personne là, je n'ai pas pu la convaincre. Pour moi, je n'ai pas pu la convaincre, mais c'est des caractères comme ça que nous rencontrons. L'essentiel, c'est d'aller dans le positif, essayer de raisonner la personne le temps qu'on peut. Le temps qu'on peut, et le reste, si la personne n'est pas convaincue, ce n'est pas grave. Il y a des personnes, avec la discussion, on arrive à les faire attendre raison, et ça va pour le bien.
Pour la personne en question, quand SNM n'a pas pu régler ça au téléphone, donc elle m'en a parlé, j'ai appelé la personne, j'ai échangé avec lui en Wolof, pour que ce soit beaucoup plus simple, mais quand même c'était difficile de le convaincre, mais on est arrivé à le calmer parce qu'il entrait carrément dans le groupe des participants pour dire de n'importe quoi sur nous. Mais voilà, après notre discussion, il a arrêté. Voilà. C'est difficile, mais on arrive à le calmer pour qu'on puisse passer à autre chose. D'ailleurs, la présentation qu'on a prévue pour la convention, on l'a enregistrée et c'est dans mes mémoires. On a essayé de mettre en scène carrément les scènes pareilles et elle sera disponible après la convention en ligne. Voilà. Vous verrez un peu ce qu'on vit au Sénégal avec les conflits. Je pense que... Merci.
Merci. En tout cas, félicitations. Hein. C'est pas évident. Oui, c'est pas évident, c'est pas facile. Voilà, c'est ce que je peux dire. En tout cas, bravo, puis bonne continuation. Moi, j'ai quelques questions, peut-être des contributions. Donc, sur le recrutement, j'ai vu que vous utilisez beaucoup de bouche-oreille. Mais en fait, je pense qu'il faut aussi envisager des formes plus transparentes et plus équitables, qui sont les appels publics à tout, parce que en fait, le bouche à oreille, il a ceci qu'il a. Vous allez rapidement atteindre votre seuil, voilà, votre réseau, vous allez rapidement faire le tour de votre réseau, et à un moment, il vous faut avancer. Et est-ce qu'à ce stade, on va arrêter ou on continue? Moi, je pense ce que je vous demande, c'est qu'il faut pouvoir ouvrir à travers les appels à candidature que vous fixez. Ça vous permet d'avoir de nouveaux candidats et des potentiels contributeurs sur la durée, parce qu'en fait, l'appel à candidature appelle la volonté on n'oblige personne à aller remplir un formulaire. Déjà, c'est un élément de motivation, même s'il y a des gens qui sont spécialisés à remplir des formulaires et autres, mais déjà, vous faites un effort pour participer, donc c'est un signe que vous êtes intéressé. Ça vous permet déjà de faire un premier tri et ça vous distance des participants. Voilà, ils ne peuvent pas dire que c'est à cause de vous ils sont venus. Parce que c'est eux-mêmes qui ont postulé, même s'ils sont vos parents. Donc, même si c'est votre parent, vous lui dites que si tu es intéressé, réponds au formulaire. Ça, demain, il ne peut pas revendiquer que c'est toi qui m'as invité, l'argent est petit, il y a un processus. Voilà, il y a un processus qui est, même si tu es proche de moi, il faut passer par le processus. Ça, c'est le premier élément.
On peut réagir avant.
Oui, il n'y a pas de souci.
Juste pour vous dire que c'est quelque chose qu'on fait déjà. À chaque fois qu'il y a un webinaire, un événement présentiel, on lance un formulaire en ligne et on le partage sur les réseaux sociaux, on le partage avec notre communauté, à tout le monde. On fait la promotion de nos pages pour justement avoir de nouvelles personnes. Maintenant, nous sommes toujours à nos débuts, c'est difficile et on va avoir jusqu'à 50 ou 100 personnes qui répondent au formulaire. Et le jour J, on va se retrouver avec peu de personnes. Ça nous est arrivé plusieurs fois, on a préparé une activité, la nourriture a déjà été payée, et on vient le jour J, c'est le nom n'est pas atteint. Voilà. Maintenant, on s'assure que les gens qui vont venir, on va tout faire pour au moins des personnes qui sont proches de nous, qu'on connaisse, vont remplir eux aussi le formulaire et qui vont nous assurer qu'ils vont venir. Au moins, on sait que ces 5 personnes-là, c'est les personnes qui seront présentes. Après, le grand public qui a répondu au questionnaire, voilà, s'ils viennent.
C'est vrai, c'est très pertinent. Après, peut-être on pourra discuter sur ça. Je ne vais pas faire un pic sur ça. Je vais juste. Oui, l'autre élément, je voulais savoir que. Parce qu'en fait, dans votre présentation, je n'ai pas vu. C'est vrai, après, c'est votre thématique, hein, mais je n'ai pas vu la dimension future, next step, la durabilité du processus. Vous formez des gens qui contribuent, qui deviennent des formateurs et autres, mais est-ce que vous avez un dispositif pour les maintenir? Par exemple, hier, on a vu avec Véronica que on a les contributeurs réguliers en Afrique, de façon générale, on n'en a pas. On a des gens qui viennent, les primo-contributeurs, mais après, ceux qui vont rester dans la durée, on n'en trouve pas vraiment. Est-ce que vous avez un dispositif dans ce sens? Parce qu'à un moment, ça peut vous-même vous décourager de chaque fois reformer, former, et puis bon, il n'y a pas de suite. Est-ce qu'il y a un dispositif dans ce sens? Il n'y a pas de dispositif. Bon, je nous encourage tous à réfléchir à ça. Et puis, non, je finis rapidement. C'est le dernier élément.
vous avez dit 90% des satisfaits. Donc, il y a 10%, je ne sais pas, soit ils ne sont pas satisfaits, soit ils ne savent même pas s'ils sont satisfaits ou pas. Voilà. Bref, je voulais savoir, parce que ça, c'est aussi important à regarder. Surtout, ça permet de trouver des idées, solutionner les problèmes. Les gens qui ne sont pas satisfaits ou qui osent le dire. Est-ce que vous avez eu des retours comme ça? Qu'est-ce qui est remonté la plupart du temps? Pas pour vous juger, pas pour vous condamner, mais moi, ça m'intéresse même, puisque en général, on a les mêmes environnements, et que vous avez un avantage par rapport à nous, vous êtes très présents dans le milieu bibliothécaire. Nous, ça fait des années qu'on travaille avec eux, mais on n'arrive pas vraiment à percer comme on le souhaite. Donc, moi, ce retour, j'ai envie de dire, du négatif, il m'intéresserait s'il y en a. S'il n'y en a pas, il n'y a pas de souci. C'est juste ça.
Donc, la première question, si mon cerveau
ouais, les perspectives.
Bien, quelles sont nos perspectives, justement? Donc, ça a commencé par une formation de Fatima et Sénam qui étaient des collègues, parce qu'elle m'a accompagnée depuis ma collègue. Et après, ça a été, comme on a dit, recruter des personnes proches. Qu'est-ce qu'on fait? Maintenant, on nous demande, elle a dit tout à l'heure qu'on leur donne des tâches. Vous venez vous contribuer, on ne va pas vous laisser partir. Si je te donne une tâche, il va savoir qu'il a une certaine importance et il continue. La dernière fois, lorsqu'on a voulu créer le groupe de communication, parce que créer des articles, aller les fichiers Canva, aller les publier, ça perd du temps. Donc, on a lancé un appel d'offres. Oui, ça bouffe du temps. Merci beaucoup. Et donc, on a demandé dans le groupe des participants, est-ce qu'il y a des personnes qui voudraient nous aider à créer des affiches? On insiste là-dessus, on ne donne pas l'argent, c'est un travail purement bénévole. Je dirais que 10 personnes ont dit oui, moi. Aujourd'hui, sans mentir, on se retrouve avec 2 personnes qui, depuis le début de l'année, continuent par créer. Et aussi, on a vu un engouement au niveau des photographes qui sont venus maintenant pour le concours Wiki Lost Earth. Et on est même étonné que c'est eux qui viennent nous demander qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire encore. Et donc, c'est de cette manière-là qu'on leur donne des tâches. On voudrait qu'ils viennent parce qu'on voudrait que notre communauté grandisse. Et donc, en se faisant là, oui, on recrute de nouvelles personnes. C'est notre stratégie. On espère que ça va continuer et qu'ils seront là. Le bénévolat n'est pas tellement ancré dans nos cœurs en tant qu'Africains, mais on essaye de faire le plaidoyer. On espère que ça va marcher. Et surtout pour le retour des 10%, justement, c'est une très bonne chose que tu as dit parce que moi, généralement, je pense pratiquement aussi un peu. Lorsqu'on fait une activité, on a, comment dirais-je, l'habitude de demander qu'est-ce qui vous a plu, qu'est-ce qui ne vous a pas plu, comment vous pensiez que nous pourrions améliorer ceci et pour vous aider à rester et à ne pas partir. Généralement, ce n'est pas forcément les bibliothécaires qui le disent, mais les photographes nous ont fait part de certaines choses. Ils nous montrent même comment venir parler à leur communauté pour amener d'autres personnes. Donc, pour ce qui est des bibliothécaires, ce qu'il faut le plus, c'est d'aller trouver une personne qui comprend que contribuer sur les projets Wikimedia va contribuer à son propre travail. Et là, si tu le comprends de cette manière-là, ils vont rester. J'avais ajouté quelque chose pour les bibliothécaires. Essayez en tout cas de vous rapprocher peut-être de votre association professionnelle qui vous mettre en rapport avec une personne, peut-être un étudiant, une personne disponible qui a beaucoup plus de proches. Parce que parfois, les personnes qui travaillent sont très occupées. Si c'est un étudiant qui fait de la bibliothéconomie, qui est disponible, essayez de le former et qu'il soit le point focal s'il y a des choses à faire au sein des bibliothèques. C'est lui qui va faire les démarches, c'est lui qui va appeler ses collègues pour que ça passe vite. Parce qu'avec nous, c'est comme ça. Nous sommes déjà dedans, donc c'est plus facile d'amener les solutions.
Avant de continuer, apparemment, la photo de famille, c'est à 16h30.
Allez,
dans 20 minutes. Dans 20 minutes. Donc,
c'est bon.
on a encore 5 minutes.
Alors, moi, c'est Gérard Labo de l'RDC. Je voulais juste vous féliciter parce que ce n'est pas facile que les dames se tiennent avec ce genre de projet. Déjà, chez nous, on a cette difficulté d'avoir des dames qui gèrent du projet de la femme parce qu'elles sont dans des. Je ne dirais pas. Elles ne comprennent pas, en fait, le projet. Donc, vous, je vous accompagne. Alors que j'ai.
On est occupé par la vente en ligne.
J'aimerais savoir, parmi les difficultés que vous avez rencontrées, comment est-ce que vous avez à y faire face? Quels sont les projets que vous avez fait? Je suis sûr que vous avez rencontré des difficultés. Comment est-ce que vous avez à faire face? Quelle serait peut-être une motivation pour les dames peut-être qui nous suivent également en ligne? Comment est-ce qu'elles peuvent un message pour eux pour qu'elles puissent également intégrer le mouvement? Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Junior. Pour la gestion des problèmes, on gère ça d'abord entre nous. Et c'est là vraiment on discute beaucoup. Maintenant aussi, il y a d'autres personnes dans la communauté qui sont également des femmes, pour la plupart, avec qui on discute pour trouver une solution. Si ça ne passe pas, si c'est quelque chose qu'on ne peut pas forcément gérer, si c'est quelque chose en rapport à un problème avec les plateformes et autres, on a d'autres collègues avec qui on discute, on leur demande des conseils, s'ils peuvent nous aider à régler tel problème. S'ils ne peuvent pas le faire, on leur demande est-ce qu'ils peuvent nous orienter vers quelqu'un qui peut nous aider. Et voilà, c'est comme ça qu'on arrive à trouver des solutions. Mais c'est toujours dans la discussion, dans l'échange. Quand il y a un problème, on ne se dit pas qu'il y a un problème, on coupe les relations, on ferme les fenêtres. Non. On essaie tout le temps, à travers la discussion, à travers les échanges, de trouver une solution.
Et pour continuer sur la même lancée que Fatima, aujourd'hui on est, moi je ne sais même plus de quelle patrie je suis, comme on parle du Sénégal. Donc par exemple, si on rencontre des problèmes, je peux appeler Franck ou ou je peux me tourner vers Wiki Indaba, ou je peux appeler Azoron, ou je peux appeler Abi. Je peux vous appeler aussi pour dire, est-ce que vous rencontrez ce genre de problème chez vous? Comment est-ce que vous le réglez? Et donc, vos apports de solutions me permettraient à réfléchir, à adapter ces apports-là chez moi pour pouvoir avoir de meilleurs rendements. Et pour ce qui est des femmes,
si je peux faire ça là.
Non, en fait, il faudrait comprendre quelque chose, c'est que déjà, dès le début, c'est déjà biaisé. Il n'y a pas beaucoup de femmes qui, par exemple, accèdent à l'instruction jusqu'à un niveau. Il a dit tout à l'heure, vente en ligne. Ben oui, elle va venir faire ça, c'est pourquoi. Il faut un amour profond pour ce qu'on fait pour pouvoir rester. Sinon, je vais revenir aujourd'hui, on va apprendre. Moi, on a des personnes qui sont venues, elles nous voient évoluer, elles veulent faire comme nous, mais quand elles viennent voir, je travaille de 10h à 19h, c'est quand je travaille et j'attends que Fatima rentre à la maison, on va passer peut-être 3 ou 4 heures. Fatima est une femme mariée. Qu'en est-il du retombé de cette situation sur son couple? Et si elle a des enfants, comment gérer tout ça là? Donc c'est un packaging qui est commune à toutes les situations dans lesquelles les femmes se trouvent. Mais c'est d'essayer de sensibiliser sur l'intérêt en fait du travail là. Si elles ne peuvent pas le faire chaque jour, qu'elles le fassent une fois par semaine, mais une femme est mieux amenée à convaincre une autre femme, parfois plus que si c'est ça.
Le message que vous voulez leur laisser dans cette motivation, quel message vous pouvez leur donner?
Elles sont en ligne.
Voilà. Elles sont en ligne. Les dames qui sont en ligne là.
D'accord. Alors qu'elles viennent pour qu'on travaille ensemble pour notre valorisation. Les Africains disent que oui, il faut que les Africains eux-mêmes viennent pour contribuer sur leur propre histoire. Que les femmes également viennent pour qu'on contribue sur notre histoire.
Merci beaucoup. Et juste pour ça, oui, pour moi, ce n'est pas une question, mais c'est apporter une solution à pouvoir faire. Et le souci que vous rencontrez par rapport à la nourriture, quand vous invitez les personnes. Moi, personnellement, j'ai déjà organisé en fait des dizaines d'activités de façon physique et en ligne. Et pour les activités physiques que j'organise, je prends l'exemple de l'activité avec les bibliothécaires au Bénin. Bon, ce n'est pas simplement au Bénin, il avait eu la chance de pouvoir travailler avec ce pays en même temps. Et le travail se fait déjà en amont. Il faut disposer d'abord au moins de 6 mois pour lancer en fait la publication en ligne et créer un groupe WhatsApp. Regardez les profils qui s'encadrent et maintenant dans ce groupe WhatsApp, nous avons des contacts directement. J'attends le jour de l'activité, je sais, ceux qui sont là, pour éviter en fait que ce soit de riz et ces trucs-là. Vous partez dans un supermarché, vous prenez en fonction de la tête de personne sur place, et puis vous mettez les sandwichs dedans, et puis tout le monde est content, il n'y a pas de gâchis, etc., etc. Parce que si vous prenez le risque de séparer en amont, il y a toujours ce problème où le reste est toujours là en fait. Le jour de l'activité, vous devez avoir quelqu'un qui soit à disposition, qui puisse compter rapidement l'effectif de la population sur place, prendre des sandwichs, etc., pour éviter en fait assez de gâchis. Donc c'est l'apport que moi je voudrais en fait apporter et éviter en fait qu'il y ait des gâchis.
Si ça reste invité.
Ça dépend aussi des activités.
Nous faisons, ça se fait parfois dans des institutions, on nous donne la salle. Donc, si on ne fait pas forcément dans un restaurant, on ne fait pas. C'est ce qui fait qu'on est parfois obligé de commander à l'avance.
Il y a des personnes, vous les appelez. Genre, l'activité se tient à 9h, le même matin, à 21h. Est-ce que tu viens? Oui, madame, je vais venir. Le lendemain, jusqu'au soir, elle n'est pas là. Même si elle n'a pas été dans ça,
Merci à tous et à toutes. Nous avons commencé la session. On va continuer tu peux sauter. On va utiliser.
Non, c'est que j'ai dit, quand tu organises une activité, tu ne peux pas avoir la sécurité. Je vous prends par exemple la Wiki Convention. On a eu des gens qui ne sont pas venus. On a des billets qu'on a payés qui étaient annulés. Voilà. Donc, il ne faut pas savoir la personne qui a un peu de malade le jour J, peut avoir une urgence. Donc, ça, c'est tout des imprévus. Donc, il faut intégrer ça. C'est-à-dire, si vous attendez 20 personnes, c'est peut-être 25 personnes qui vont envoyer. Voilà, par exemple, il y a là, par exemple, les absences, vous avez le regret. Les gens qui voient, par exemple, vous êtes en bibliothèque, les gens sont là, ils voient une famille, et puis ils viennent, lui, et c'est des gens, en général, les gens, c'est les gens les plus quotidiens. Donc, si vous leur dites, vous faites, il y a toute une marge consonante. Et puis l'autre élément, le son du film, mais imaginons, on était avec le travail. On fait ça du son. Oui, donc ça dépend de l'activité. L'activité, moi je dis toujours une activité qui dépasse midi, il faut un déjeuner en bonne et due forme. Voilà. Maintenant, si on finit à 11h, ok, le son voilà. Donc, en fait, ça équilibre. Parce que si tu fais comme ça, tu vas t'enfermer dans des veilles, tu vas perdre des contenus parce que, en fait, c'est des bénévoles. Et la satisfaction des bénévoles, c'est ça. Vous faites la bouffe, le sport, si ça, vous pouvez faire des économies sur ça. Moi, c'est ça qu'on fait.
Je suis d'accord aussi.
C'est juste.
Je suis d'accord avec ce qui fait la discussion, mais avec le peu d'expérience que j'ai, quand une activité passe 2 heures, les gens commencent pas à s'embêter. Donc, si c'est dans l'intervalle de 2 heures, un sandwich est largement suffisant. Mais plus que 2 heures, si ça part 3 heures, quand c'est 3 heures, 4 heures, les gens peuvent commencer par préparer le jour là même.
Ah non, on ne peut pas gérer ça, c'est trop de stress.
Non, mais c'est pour cela que vous avez une équipe derrière, non? Vous n'êtes pas juste 2 heures.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Monsieur, sir,
brother,
thank you.
You're welcome.
No, what is the name of that photo?
I don't know where you got that from. Which one? From the main auditorium or from the small room? The big room. Yes. Okay. All right.
Then you can
see the guy at the small room. It's called See, there's a big room this side, and then there's a small room this side. Okay. Because he's gonna take it from the machine and put it in some.
They can't put it in. Avec les gars, je me suis avec la barbe. Est-ce qu'il te dit? Belle barbe. How do you cut? Oui, barbe. You cut barbe.
Destruction. I've been watching these French people, man. And you're acting messy as fuck. Acting messy, bro. Yo, French people are messy. Yo, how many times have I taken this stuff out? This stuff. You know how many times? Yo. I came out there.
We should pack up.
Oh, what are we packing up? A camera only.
Same thing we did yesterday.
So it's just the camera.
And the recorder, the usual stuff that.
Yo. I always hate reading into Christian history. It always creeps me out. Yo. Do you know how Peter died?